Welcome to Norm America Show. Host robnoerr. Anyone know the source of the whip songs? Yeah, me. What do you mean? The source? It was from like this 1979 Lord of the Rings movie, cartoon by Rankin Bass. Hello! Welcome to Norm America Show. Why am I on the wrong mic? Darn it.
All right, let me know if that's better. Check, check, check. This should be right. Check, 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 check. Yeah, we're good now. Yay! Professional streamer, new computer. I had all that stuff set to default before. I must have to fix that. Now it's loud. Oh, loud and clear. You got it. Anyways, yeah, the depths of hell. Lavin gets it. What was I doing? Shaking a drink up. Good evening, everyone. It's glad to be here with you. Oh, we got a show for you. I have other things to test. You want to see what my son... So my wife and son picked me out a new chair for Father's Day. This chair will shortly be gone. And then they also picked me out some new headphones. Look at this. Oh, yeah. Because I wanted to try this sort of headphones like this now. You know? Let's see if it's ready. I have cauliflower ear from wrestling back in the day, which is nice. But yeah, I wanted to see how it goes. I thought maybe, I know some people just put one headphone in. Quiet, you. Yeah, I hear you. It's like pairing, it's yelling at me. Yeah. Isn't this what you tuned in for, to watch a fat guy struggle with earphones? All right, let's see. I can't hear you yet. No, but I'm hoping. Now, I think there's a way to go into Bluetooth devices. Add Bluetooth. Oh, yeah, I think this. Oh! All right, now let's see. I gotta say, technology's like amazing to me. I always wonder what it's like. Like, my assumption is that 99% of you know more about technology than me. So is it weird watching a guy whose job is basically streaming and like doing stuff with online tech that doesn't know anything? Does that ever get frustrating for you all? Like, what the hell is this guy doing? Now, let me see. All right, we're in. Now, let's see if it works. It does sound... I've never really streamed with these types of earbuds in. It sounds to me like muffled, but maybe I'll get used to it. All right, so let's try an audio file, shall we? Any suggestions? Bluetooth makes latency. Oh, that could be. Maybe I'll find that out. Yeah. Yeah, I've said to myself, the first person who says whip songs is fucking banned for life. All of you. Now. Have we not heard enough? Oh, the Brian Shaprio song. That's good. Let's try it. That's a great idea. It's coming through the other.
And it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio. He harasses women in messages.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He's a syndicated radio host. And it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
Oh, it's going to play again. There we go. I forgot the little image, too. All right. Yep, checks out. It's terrible. Yeah, well, what can I say? play the Coach song? I don't know that one. Anyways, we'll try it with these headphones in for a hot minute. We'll see how that goes. It's been a pretty good day for me. I tried to move over a bunch of my files from the other computer to here. And other than that, I got a wedding that I'm in coming up, so I was actually talking to the groom, getting stuff set up for that. It was funny. I don't think he'll mind me saying this. So he's in the tech industry, and he makes very good money, and as does most of these other people that I don't know that are going to be at the bachelor party. So we're doing two things for the bachelor party. The first day, we're just going to play poker at the house. And then the second day, we're going to a baseball game, Major League Baseball game. So it should be fun. But he was like, yeah, let's play high stakes poker. That was his suggestion. Now, I don't know what that means. What's high stakes poker mean to me? I just don't know. Is high stakes like $50? Because when I played with my friends, like when I was in college, like a night of poker, maybe $100 would change hands. And that was big. That was big money. So if high stakes is like $200, I can handle that. If high stakes with these dudes in the like tech bro dudes, it's like 5 or 10 grand. I think I'm just gonna casually enjoy some PBR and watch the game. So I tried to politely bring it up. I didn't want to bring it up like, hey man, like I don't make as much money as you guys. So and he was like, he explained it to me. He was like, no. He's like, these guys wanted to do like an all-day tournament for $5. That was their plan. It'd be like, you'd set up a tournament and raise the blinds like every half hour for a $5 buy-in. And he's like, I thought that we could do like, instead of a tournament, play just each dealer gets to choose their game. And so we play like, $2 or $3 a hand. I was like, oh, I can handle that. But you just don't know. Money's weird like that. You never know how some people, like, who considers what a bunch of money. I know, and it's odd to me because the few people in my life that, like, I know that are very wealthy, they're cheaper than the poor people I know. Like, you go out to, like, a steakhouse or something, you spend, like, for you and your wife, you spend like $80. These wealthy people I know are like, yeah, fuck that. No, it's too much. So it's kind of weird. You just don't know. You don't know how people are, 10 grand. Yeah, no thanks. I'm bad at poker too. I'm not very good. So I'm not trying to set myself in a situation where I'm losing a shitload of money for no reason. So, yeah, 80. We're poor people. Don't piss around. Anyways, it's my pleasure to be here with you all this evening. That's right. Wealthy people were wealthy because I knew a lady. It was like my aunt's neighbor growing up. And she would go out after a parade in the town they were at. She would go out at night with a flashlight, picking up like Jolly Ranchers and stuff off the street the kids missed. And this lady was like a multi-millionaire. And she'd be out there scrounging for like $2 worth of candy. Like Dum Dum lollipops and Jolly Ranchers that were left on. Do I hear a bell? An alarm? Oh, I didn't hear one. You're not giving me the fucking smoke alarm treatment, are you? Anyways, it was a pretty good day. Depressing with the news story, so, once more we're gonna dive into some crappy stuff. A lot of it has to do with the Carmelo Anthony case. Did I see Crowder? No, I didn't see Crowder's take on Carmelo. I assume it was good. Crowder's good. But I did not see it. Anything of note? How did Lindsey Graham get reelected? Because the machine protects itself. Yeah, we haven't seen riots, but we saw a lot of the usual customers taking to social media and explaining what they want to do. Did I see Anthony Brian Logan? I have no idea who that is. No, to my knowledge, I did not see. I did see the ruckus at Hershey Park. The youths, of course, were attacking people at Hershey Park, which is, at least in my state, people were hiding under tables. So the local, I don't want to say local. In Pittsburgh, there's a little theme park called Kennywood. This is a problem for years. That the youths, those damn youths, always causing problems. They would go into the park and they would start their shit. So the park changed the rules where it's like, now you have to be over the age of 18, or if you're under the age of 18, for every 4 of you, you have to be accompanied by one adult over the age of 18. It's official. I don't have black friends. I have 1, 2, 2 in real life black friends. I have several black people that watch me and send me kind words. I would say the number's more than 2. But that's because people that I consider black do not consider themselves black. Like, I know 2 guys that are dark Hispanic. Is that a thing? They don't consider themselves black. But they grew up in an all-white town, basically, and so they were like... Those guys, the 2 I know, especially the one, he's one of the coolest guys you ever meet. By the way, prayers out to him. I know he's fighting a serious illness. He's a guy I really look up to. He's a good guy. He was one of the local bar fighters. He'd be scrapping with people at the bar all the time. He's a good guy. He'd make all of us conservatives blush with how conservative he is. He ain't fucking around. But he's a good guy. But yeah. I'm not worried. My takes on, I know we've been talking about a lot of problems with black culture. I don't say it because I despise black people. To the contrary. I still try to judge individuals based on individual criteria. That doesn't mean I don't notice group patterns. I do. But if I have information that supersedes the general information, and I talked about this, one of my first moments in college, I originally was going for communications journalism. I wanted to be a journalist or a sports journalist. That's what I originally thought I wanted to do in college. That lasted about 1 semester. And I had 2 journalism classes, Communication 101, my first semester. And the one was absolute keep in mind, this is in a little rural Pennsylvania town at a state school, Clarion University. The first class I ever had was Communication 101, and we had a Muslim professor, and he was fucking nuts. I legitimately mean this guy was a fucking terrorist. And I'm not, Rob, he was removed from teaching with a month left in the semester. And they brought in a woman that was just he didn't keep grades, so I don't know how to grade you all. So I'm basically going to give you all a test, and if you pass, you get an A. That's it. And if not, then we'll work something out. That was my very first class that I ever walked into. This guy was fucking nuts. I was acing the course, though. Now, I started college in 2002. So 9/11 had just occurred. And this guy's whole shtick was America deserved 9/11. And back then, even though, the university, it's in a rural town, but there's an awful lot of people from outside the town that are there. So we had people from Pittsburgh and Philly and Erie and Harrisburg. So it wasn't as conservative as the town itself. These people were not having it in 2002. It didn't matter. The white people in the class, the black people in the class, everybody hated this guy. I mean, he's basically sitting there. I mean, literally within a year of 9/11 occurring, being like, the United States deserved it. Yeah, so it was, what did I say? Did I say 2012? No, 2002. So this was, I probably started August 2002. So it was like 11 months after 9/11. And he's there like, yeah, United States and its interventionism. And his whole shtick was the Muslim world created everything and the Arab world. And there's this bullshit about like how the Greeks invented philosophy and stuff, but it was all the Arab world. It was crazy. And there'd be people openly yelling at this fucking guy. Like, fuck you, my brother's in the military. It was crazy. It really was insane. And I remember arguing with the dude, but when it came to taking the test, it was all like multiple choice shit, and it was super loaded. Like, you could tell the answer he wanted you to pick every time, and it was basically white people bad, America bad. That was my first time ever dealing with that shit. That was before I was in debate. I'd never seen that. I grew up and everyone was like fucking Mr. America. Like, yeah, it's the greatest country in the world. Bunch of like rednecks. Great people, right? So this was the first time I ever saw someone like really talking like this. And I didn't know what to think of it. I'm just new to college. I'm kind of quiet and just sitting there like, I'm just trying to get through and get a good grade. So yeah, that dude got the boot. They said he had an illness, but there was no fucking illness. The guy got the boot. That's what happened. Because back then, it didn't fly like it does now. So you had a bunch of fucking angry parents that are paying tuition or angry students going to the dean like, what the fuck is happening here? And there was still a lot of patriotism in the country back then. So it did not fly. They calmly let that dude leave. Now, if that same class would have been taught in 2012, that professor would have got awards. And they'd have told anyone complaining that they were racist to shut their mouth. So that was that. The other course I took, it was a super left-leaning dude. You could tell that was the professor, but he's okay, And one day in class, this is maybe 6 or 7 days early in the semester, so like the 6th or 7th class, he asks the class. Now this class, my guess is, just trying to remember, 20 people. There's probably 20 of us students. And my remembering, probably 5 people of color, majoritarily women in the course, right? So it's probably like 20 students, 14 girls, maybe 13 girls, 7 boys, 5 people of color, right? This is 2002, yeah. We go into class, and the professor asks us, who actively uses stereotypes in their life? I'm just answering honestly, so I was like, and I was the only one to raise my hand. And the entire 50-minute class was just the whole class arguing with me, and the professor just basically chiming in once in a while. I was like, of course you all use stereotypes, you're lying. Of course we do. We all use stereotypes, all of us. We all do. You're a bullshitter if you claim you don't. You do. By the way, not all stereotypes are just about race. You can have stereotypes about anything. You see a really tall guy, you're like, that guy's pretty good at basketball. Stereotype. I have a stereotype of what I think people from Algeria look like. It's in my head. There's nothing wrong with stereotypes. In fact, stereotypes are stereotypes because oftentimes there's a lot of truth to them. It's just the way it is. The problem with stereotypes becomes when you hang on to it when more specific information becomes relevant. So the example I give is, if I see if we're playing a pickup basketball game, and let's just say that, Wrongful Lee's there, and Wrongful Lee's a 6'8" black dude, I'm going to be like, yeah, I want him with my first pick. I'll take that guy, right? And then he joins my team, and he's fucking dog shit. Like, every time he can't pass, he can't shoot, he can't run. He's just horrible. Next week, when we go to the pickup basketball game, I'm not going to pick him. I'm not going to say, well, tall black people good at basketball. I'll be like, no, that guy sucks. I now have more specific information about this guy. He sucks. That's it. Yeah, I would choose the tall. Unless I had more specific information, I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm ever in charge of putting together a pickup basketball team and I get first pick, I'm picking the tallest black man that's there. Unless he looks infirmed or something like that. Yeah, it's just low information signaling. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that. Wemby's he's I would pick Wemby. I was putting together a team. Yeah. Now I'm not choosing the black guy because, see, Norm Macdonald knew. Yeah. So when I talk about, I'm not insulting black people that also see problems with the culture. I'm not insulting Indians that see a problem with the culture. But that doesn't mean just because I can acknowledge that there are individuals outside of the stereotype or outside of the patterns that you notice, doesn't mean that I should be shut up and not allowed to talk about the pattern. That's the point. I'm tired of being silenced that we can't talk about what we all see because, well, it just is uncomfortable. Yeah, it's fucking uncomfortable. It absolutely is. There's a lot in this country that's uncomfortable, and let's call it out. A lot of it's because different cultures have different preferences. I would be more specific if I wasn't on YouTube, but I am. The truth of the matter is, so much of our culture has been trying to appeal to people that feel that they are constant victims and the rules shouldn't apply to them. And the rest of us just having to pretend to go along with the bullshit. It's not just race-based. The strong whammon trope that we got to put up with. All of this bullshit. And sometimes when situations happen that there's a symbolism to it, that it starts to show the cracks in the sort of mirage that's been put up there. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about some of the reactions to the Carmelo Anthony verdict. But first, super chats. Now, I want to talk about something, it's very weird. And I thought about this last night. I hope that people don't think that I'm unsensitive, and I don't mean that in a, lame feminine way. When I say that I seriously believe that there are problems with, migration and stuff, and then we're like, oh, and let's have some fun at the end of the show or whatever, I hope that it doesn't come across as that I don't mean what I'm saying, because I do. The reason I do this show, first and foremost, before it was ever a job to me, was because I wanted to come on and just say things that I truly believed. And I might get shit on for those opinions, or people might like those opinions, but that's it. The only thing I have going for me is I'm telling you what I really believe. Do my opinions change from time to time like anyone else? Sure. But I try to be as open and honest as I can. So I just want to make it clear that if I pause to read super chats or to say something that I think's funny or something like that, I hope that people realize that's just my demeanor, and I hope you all's demeanor. Because if you have to find a way to take these sort of cultural and political stories. What's this? You see this guy? It's a little gnat. But watch out, that Daddy Longleg's gonna get you up there. It's difficult. It's a difficult mix to take these things seriously and try to work in your life to be able to make inroads, but also not to just be a total miserable asshole because all you could do is think of this dark stuff all the time. And we're talking real dark. When you're talking about like the situation we saw in Ireland, the Henry Novak, the Carmelo Anthony, we're talking about people losing their lives. The grooming scandal, it's no joke. We talked about the Bataclan and the things that were accused of there. So I hope that people don't be like, oh, he's just saying what he has to say, and then he's like, oh, by the way, send in super chats. No, I do like money as well. Don't get me wrong, but anyways, last night people cut me up late doing stupid whip songs and stuff like that. I have to say though, Rumble incredibly close to coming back and winning last night. So Rumble's had a hell of a week, the Rumble crew. But Searsight, thanks for the $5, man. It says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. Jefferson C, what's up, my man? Member again? Says the pro Carmelo delusions are what bums me out. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Zach Gelpy, what's up, my friend? $10 says, need to make a correction from last night. Maine First Project supporters went 4 out of 5 in school board races and still flipped 2 school boards. Sorry for the mistake. No, thank you for your hard work. It's nice to see people on the ground trying to win those important local elections. Darian Munshaw, thank you, man. $10 is 35 years long enough, though. No, he should have got life. Gavin Freenun, $10. I've said it before. Perhaps the racist white guy called you an asshole because you're actually an asshole. Thankfully, there are blacks that I've spoken to that are logical enough to see that. Well, that's exactly it. And I'm not trying to... Look, what we're going to see today, I want to make this clear. It's a fucking problem for all of us. It is. But the people that are harmed the worst based on these narratives that we are forced to swallow about black culture are black people. And fuck the ones that engage in the narrative. I don't care. Yeah, they're victims of their own cultural views and lifestyle, but hey, that's your choice largely. But it's the ones that are trying to get out of it. Like, I've said this for years. Well, it is true that blacks are disproportionately, like 13% of the population and make up over 50% of violent crimes. They're also disproportionately victims of violent crimes because the group that blacks attack the most are other blacks. So imagine if you're black and in the black community and you live in like one of these cities and it's a total nightmare. I can't imagine it. I cannot imagine being a parent and sending my son off to school where I know someone was just shot in a homicide on that same street. I would do everything I could to move. I understand some people, through laziness or through a bunch of scenarios that they can't really help it, can't move or don't move. I get it, but I still feel terrible. I do. All of these groups, there is not one human in the world that hasn't engaged in a heinous act that I don't feel bad when they suffer some sort of like dire consequence, whether it be murder or the victim of sexual assault or they've been robbed or beaten. I don't care. Like, I don't care if it's, some Afghani. I'm tribal. I have the groups that I have an affinity for, but I have a heart. I don't want to see anyone harmed. And so imagine if you're a black man and woman and you have a child and you're like, hey, and I've known people like, dude, you know, you're teaching your kid, like, work hard. Screw this narrative that you're a victim. No, that's all stupid. Let's go to church. Great. And then you have to turn on the TV and you see all these black activists coming out of the woodwork, standing up and basically saying, we should have the right to kill white people. We're victims. And I can't imagine what it feels like to just be like, damn. I don't even know if you can play it on YouTube, but it reminds me of this video. There's this, it's a crazy movie. It's, maybe someone will know the name of the movie. But basically, this movie is about this Chinese rail company or Chinese shipping company that is operating in some country in Africa. And so they send this like documentary crew, and it basically ends up with this like supervisor for this company just being like, yeah, Empire of Dust, that's the name of it. And he's basically like, it's fucking impossible to work with these Africans. They're horrible. And he's just like, we give them money, like it's payday, they get money, they immediately go to the bar, drink all their money away, and then they come back to you that night. Can I get lent money for my next paycheck? And it's the saddest thing about the clips is he's talking to this black guy that's like the foreman or something who clearly gives a shit, who's clearly like a guy that's working hard and trying to be a good guy. And he's basically telling this guy like, dude, your culture's fucking dog shit. It's shit. And he doesn't have all the DEI bullshit that we have here in the West. So he's just laying it out there. And you can see this. That's the most heart-wrenching part. It was a translator. The most heart-wrenching part is watching that guy just like, yeah. It's horrible. I can't imagine. But it doesn't mean that he's wrong. The translator gets it. He's like, yeah. Yeah, they point out there's no word for maintenance. Yeah. It's crazy. And so that's what so much like we're going to talk about tonight. It sounds like I'm just shitting on like everyone who's black. That's not the case. And I'll get to my solution, but not to give away the end. At the end of the day, if prominent figures in the black community are going to come together and be tribal to demand the right to kill white people, then I think that I am going to say, go fuck yourselves. I don't want to be around any of you. And that's unfortunate. And I'm not going to be able to change it. The only ways that that's going to change is if one, we as a society, all of us just say, fuck you, we're not playing your bullshit anymore. We don't care. That's number one. Or two, you're going to have significant changes within the black community. They ain't going to listen to some dude like me. Just like people in my community aren't going to listen to some like, you know, Barack Obama come into our community and tell them how they need to change things. That's it. I should not be asked to put up with cultures that actively hate me. I don't want it. Sorry. So, but let's get to the rest of Super Chats and we're going to jump in. Jabroni, big time. 5 memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you. Devil's Raspberry, $5 says Bob. Films that came out in 2002. Can you believe it? Lord of the Rings, Two Towers. Spider-Man. Attack of the Clones. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Ice Age. Dude, movies with time to me, it blows my mind. Like, I remember movies and bands. Let me look something up. So I was born in 84. I think I was 15 or 16 years old when I saw The Godfather. So that was 1998 when I saw the movie The Godfather. Excellent movie. The Godfather was filmed, I just looked it up. It was released in 1972. So that means I saw The Godfather. When I saw it, it was a film that was 16. Oh, wait, did I get that right? Let's see. If I saw it in 98 and it was made in 72, 26 years old. The amount of time from when I saw The Godfather and it felt like this amazing but ancient relic of a movie is the exact same amount of time from now to when I saw Attack of the Clones. Isn't that crazy? The movie Ice Age, which I show my son. My son watching Ice Age is the same amount of time from when that movie was created to when I, as a 16-year-old, watched The Godfather. That is mind-blowing. The fact that 2000 was 26 years ago to me. Because I remember, when I'm growing up in the mid-90s, 26 years before that, 25 years, that's a lifetime ago. We're talking early to mid-70s. That's crazy. But yeah, it's movies and music, or like bands, In the late 90s, I'd be listening to Led Zeppelin or something. Like, oh, they're these badass legends. They've been around forever, That's like In Sync now. Or the Backstreet Boys. It's like, what the fuck? It's so weird to me. But anyways, Darian Munshaw, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Mr. B, thank you as always. $10 says, I'm currently working on a short video compiling the reactions from the Carmelo crowd. I have zero online traction, but I could leave it in your Discord for you to share. Sure, man, as long as it's TOS friendly. Yeah. 559 Texan, thank you so much. $50, thank you. So God bless you and your family, Brother Rob. Really enjoy your content. Not one step back. Thank you. Gavin Freenan again, thank you, man. $10 says, the one thing I ended up disagree with Andrew on is the fact that rap culture doesn't play a part in the way things are. I'm pretty certain degenerate music blasting 24/7 plays a big part, trust me. It absolutely does. I've not heard Andrew say that, but yeah, absolutely rap music plays a huge part in it. The glorification of violence and gang life and drug life, a lot of these people, if you take black fathers out of the home, young black men particularly are going to look for role models. And they found those role models in NWA and Body Count. You could tell I'm a little older. But we glorified that culture. For people in my community growing up, I remember, I mentioned this yesterday, listening to Rough Riders Anthem and DMX and shit. But it was a joke. It's sort of like pretending to be a knight or a cowboy. It's like it doesn't exist in our society. Gang warfare didn't exist in our society where I was growing up when we're 16, 17 listening to that shit. But it did in the inner city. It did. And that was what was deemed cool, okay? Now, I'm not saying that this shit wouldn't have largely happened without that, but there was a concerted effort to glorify that culture. And the predictable results were kids looked up to it. There you go. J6 2.0. Oh, shit. $10. Disavow. The founding didn't end slavery just because it would break the Union. It was also out of fear of the ideals of the French Revolution, which led to the slave revolts in Haiti, which whites were killed. Yeah, it's French Revolution's it's an interesting study. It's a study in the fuck it, burn it all to the ground, and how that could quickly end up worse than the already bad, in that case, aristocracy. But one of my favorite books is The Tale of Two Cities. The last 3 chapters in that book, in my opinion, some of the best writing of all time. It certainly drags on in the middle of the book, but if you can make it through, the last few chapters are amazing, I think. And it's really a book about just how horrible the French Revolution was. Jefferson C. again, thanks so much. $2 says, I hate how tribalism pushes me to feel tribal. What choice do you have? It really is. It's like prison. Like you hear these stories about prison. You go in for some bullshit white collar. Oh, I got a DUI, Now you find yourself on a 2-year stint in jail you know, and you go in there and all of a sudden you're getting the shit beat out of you because of your skin color. White, black, whatever, it doesn't matter. So if you don't have any proclivity to your skin color, you're going to quickly develop one out of self-defense, out of survival. And that's where we're at. Whites have traditionally been one of the most open race of people in the history of the world. European Christian descendants. And that's been taken advantage of. Zach Gelpy, $10, says, you know, you're getting old when you hear your favorite songs from high school and classic rock station. Yeah. Or how about, I remember growing up, like, Nick at Night used to play, like, I Love Lucy and stuff. And then I remember the shows that I watched, some of the sitcoms I watched, like Fresh Prince, would play on Nick at Night, like 10 years ago when I still had cable, and I was like, oh, no, this is bad news. That's no good. So, all right. Now, I warn you, this shit's going to be aggravating, but the theme is I just wanted to play you a bunch of clips. Now, I'm imagining that this is going to be a video that I end up removing off YouTube because although I'm going to be careful not to say anything against TOS, I don't know if some of these people in these clips might slip up from time to time. So I'll probably remove this video from YouTube after the video, but it'll be left up on Rumble. So I'm not hiding it or anything like that. It's just anytime you're doing a lot of clips, there's copyright strikes and people that are speaking this emotionally about shit, and stupidly, might I add, sometimes people get finicky. So one of the things you'll hear is it's just random online people. That's who it is. That's not true, by the way. So many of these people that you see are people that are lawyers, that are academics, that are activists, or in this case, that are politicians. So let's start with the ever impressive Jasmine Crockett. Now, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Crockett the one that was communicating with Epstein? Get my name screwed up sometimes. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. Well, let's start here. Now, a white boy was murdered. His father and his twin had to stare at the killer, be harassed, watch the murderer's family raise $500,000 or more. Oh, that's right. It was the Virgin Islands. So it's not Crockett. I take that back. Plaskett's who that was, yeah. So imagine that. Imagine losing your son. You go out and you say the bullshit, oh, don't make it political. It's not about race, whatever. Again, I get angry when I hear that sort of stuff, but it is a grieving father, and that's what all societal pressure is telling white people to say when they're the victims of crimes. It's complete opposite, by the way, if it's a person of color. But that's what you're told that you're supposed to say. But imagine you say all that and then you're constantly harassed, targeted, his family was, while the murderer's family celebrated. And then you have to hear a U.S. representative say this.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way. And we're going to have just some real conversations about race in this country.
Now, you might be saying, I'm sorry, did I mishear that? Did this black woman just say that every black woman lives through fears and horrible things that the Metcalfs never have? Their son is dead. You stupid bitch. Imagine the fucking arrogance and the main character syndrome and the victimhood mentality to think as a fucking elected representative, who, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, I tried to look this up. Let me see. Redheaded Libertarian said, Jasmine Crockett grew up in a suburb with both of her parents, went to a $30,000 a year private high school, joined a sorority, and went to grad school. But every day of her life was worse than the Metcalfs because she's a black woman. That's what it's like to be black in this country. Your life's worse and you've gone through more pain than white people who have their children murdered by black people. Now, she does not give it. This is not her saying this in some scholastic sense, oh, this is a thesis that she wrote in a vacuum. She's saying this about the Metcalfs after the verdict, after she knows their son's been murdered. Well, we have it worse as black women. First off, to the extent that you're fearful for your black male children, that's because they're likely to be murdered by another black male. That's the truth, but you don't want to talk about that. If you're actually concerned about the safety of your children, you would bring that up. But you don't, because you don't give a shit. Instead, it's about victimhood and excuses and escaping accountability. Now, the truth is, there are a lot of people. It is not a small amount of people in the black community that feel exactly like this. They are always oppressed no matter what. Worse than what you can imagine. They'll tell it to your face. We don't want to hear white people opine about it. You don't know. You don't know. Fuck you. You don't know what it's like to be white then. Fuck off. I'm tired of giving into this shit, and I've been doing it since 2005 when I started to debate this shit regularly in collegiate debate. Over and over and over, bitching about white privilege and you don't know how hard it is to be black. Fuck you. You're going to say your life's harder? You fear more than a family who just watched their son murdered? That's sort of, but we are the most aggrieved, therefore we're entitled. So much of what you see comes from that. The reason if you're in the city, you can't fucking get something from a pharmacy because it's all locked behind lock and key, shampoo and fucking makeup and whatever, is because black people feel entitled to steal shit. After all, they built this country and got nothing for it. Now they're telling you, well, because we've been the victim of systemic racism in their minds, if one of ours murders a white kid, so what? Fuck him. Imagine the chutzpah to be a public figure. And this is what you need to understand. This might be the most important part. Yes, at the end of the day, these are individuals saying things. But they know that our society has been set forth so that they could say these things in public and largely be applauded for them. Now think about what that says about our society. And just for 5 seconds, try to imagine the inverse. White kid kills a young black kid, convicted, and a white representative comes out and says, sure, it's a tragedy what happened with this black kid, but that kid's family will never know what it's like to be a white kid. That's the real pain. There'd be cities on fire. That dude would be booted out of the fucking every committee he was on by the end of the week. Here we got some more from Crockett. This might contain the same clip.
If a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist. I would argue that even the only time we go into things like people.
Yeah, okay, sure. You could come up with bullshit hypotheticals. And it wasn't me, someone correctly called this out. So she has to come up, it sounds like the lefties eye debate, right? Well, okay, the reality is one thing, but I don't want to talk about the reality. So let's talk about some hypothetical that didn't happen. And ironically, she gives the Trayvon Martin hypothetical. The George Zimmerman. If someone was on top of me, beating me, I would be allowed, like George Zimmerman? But let's say I concede that. Sure, yes, there are times where you are justified to use a weapon to defend yourself with an unarmed attacker, an assailant. It is not when you are being an asshole and intentionally provoking people by going into their school's tent, being asked to leave, you saying, make me, why don't you come fucking do something, come put your hands on me, then a guy gently pushing you, and so you stab him in the fucking heart. That's murder. And this tribal asshole, you absolutely 100% know, if the races were reversed, would say, lock that motherfucking guy up, give him the death penalty. Yeah, Trayvon was on top of George Zimmerman slamming his head off the ground. Thanks for weighing in, Crockett. I wonder what she said about the Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman case as it was going on. Any guesses? And let's keep going.
People's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument. We're not talking about like the.
Okay, so I assume then any black person that looks like to be a basketball player or a football player, if they start throwing fists, you'd have no problem if someone stabs them in the heart. After all, hey, they look well built. They look strong like an athlete. She'd say, oh my gosh, that's racial stereotyping. How dare you? How dare you? That's racism to justify murder.
Golfers, we're talking about football players, right? Like this is what they are trained to do, is to inflict like serious physical contact. And it's my understanding that the decedent was that if a
that is a representative of U.S. Congress pissed off because there were consequences for murdering a white kid. Making post hoc justifications, hypotheticals that didn't occur. We just want to be able to murder white kids. Why is this an issue? Can't you just accept that, America? Can't you just accept? Except it's more than that. It's not, can you accept it? It's, we're the victims here. We're the real victims because we're not allowed to murder white kids. And that means you're metaphorically murdering us. It's not just that she is a U.S. representative. It is that our culture, look, yes, there are stupid representatives, don't get me wrong. But largely, a lot of people hide their worse opinions when you're a politician because you're just trying to go along to get along. You want to say something that'll get you booted from Congress. So these are comments that are being made with the full understanding that hugely influential people in her racial group and in her political side are going to be like, yes, queen, yes, great, yep. More from Crockett. This is from TMZ.
he ended up hitting Austin one time. And it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining. and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country.
We'll get there, Jasmine. Don't worry. We'll get there. She has a point, though. Imagine a country that gives someone 35 years in prison just because they're under a tent and don't want to be in the rain. That's fucking crazy. That's a society that you would rightfully say, that's fucked up. 35 years in prison just because you said, I don't like the rain. Go to jail. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting something. Oh, that's not why he was given his sentence. He's given his sentence because he's a fucking murderer. My bad. I thought he got the sentence because he didn't like the rain. My mistake. Huh. That's weird. Jasmine must be talking about a different case where a young black man got 35 years just because he was asked to stand in the rain. I can't believe we live in a country where Derek Chauvin got sent to prison just for taking a rest on his knee. That's ridiculous. You imagine that? You kneel down in this country, they'll throw your ass in jail for the rest of your life, right? Right, Jasmine Crockett? Now, here we go, though. But here's the real problem, folks. You don't know what it's like to be black.
A lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon.
So why do we not have compassion for this child? He's just a young boy. Where's our compassion? Where's your compassion, bitch, for the murder victim? Seems like you're smearing him. That doesn't sound very compassionate. Well, the knife was small. Legally, he was allowed to carry it. It's not an illegal knife. One, I don't know that he was allowed to have it at that function. I think he was told several times he couldn't have it at school. But sure, that particular size of knife isn't one that's inherently illegal in the United States. And I'm allowed to carry a ball bat. If I decide to take that and go beat someone to death with it, you don't say, well, it was a perfectly legal ball bat. This is a woman who is pissed off because she does not think there should be consequences for murdering white children. She is a representative in our government, and her beliefs are common enough, or at least found acceptable enough, that she's not going to be drummed out of committees. She's not going to have every Democrat saying, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the society that we're forced to live. And make no mistake, yes, an incident like this shines light, but this mentality through so many people on the left and in the black community has been exactly what they felt for decades now.
Were a white boy in his exact same position, you don't think he'd get a 35-year sentence?
I would guarantee you it wouldn't have happened. I don't even know if he would have been convicted, because
if it was a white boy attacking a black child, he wouldn't have been convicted. Fucking laughable.
If a white boy would have said that they were afraid of a black boy, something tells me that jury that didn't have any black people on it, they would have believed him in his fear.
Well, there's so many different opinions on this case. I mean, even your Republican colleague, Randy Fine, I mean, he's saying that he should get the death penalty. Your take on that?
Again, racism.
Racism. We're too cowardly to have a conversation on race. This is the same fucking thing Eric Holder said. And I've talked about this for years. When Eric Holder famously said, this country is too cowardly to have a conversation about race, what he meant was, the only acceptable conversation is totally capitulating to left-wing blacks. Once we accept, you're right, we're all evil white people, and everything bad that happens to black people is because of racism, now we can have the conversation, once we accept those premises. Otherwise, we're cowards. Fuck you. I'll have the conversation about race any day. As long as Jasmine Crockett and people like her are cultural leaders in the black community, not only does it mean that they're absolute fucking monsters that'll cheer for any sort of revenge against white people, but it actually ensures that the victimhood mindset keeps the black culture and community down. Hell, there's even a compelling argument to be made that Carmelo Anthony fully expected that there would be no consequences. Because that's what he's been taught by people like Jasmine Crockett his entire life. When you have your black community leaders and you have your academics that are black and your black politicians, and then all the media and Democrats, well, they're fucking, no one's going to call them out because you don't want to be called racist. Yes, this kid was probably in a loop with his shitty fucking parents as well his whole life. By the way, I have reason to say that. We'll get to it. Where he was like, of course I could just fucking provoke a white kid and stab him in the heart. I'll be celebrated. I'll bet he was shocked he was found guilty. And from what I've read, it wasn't even close. I saw Andrew Branca talking about it, said this was a open and shut blowout case. Branca was saying that with a case like this, you need the accused to testify. I was fearful, I was this, I was that, and put it in their own words. But he said the two problems were that even though that his defenders had to know, his defense team had to know, we're probably fucked. So it was a Hail Mary, put him on the stand, but they still didn't. For two reasons, he says. One, because it's likely that there's a prior history of violence with Carmelo Anthony. And once you're on the witness stand, all of that stuff could be brought up to affect your credibility. So you didn't want it brought up, so you don't put him on the stand. And second, because they couldn't trust him to look sympathetic. Because he probably to this day still feels like, I didn't do anything wrong. Fuck that kid. He wouldn't run his fucking mouth to me. Now who's laughing? That's what Carmelo Anthony's thinking. And he assumed there'd be no consequences, because there never is. By the way, how's Irina Zaratus's murderer do? Oh, that's right, just yesterday, he was again ruled non-competent to stand trial. The 19 times he was arrested before it was murder, competent. But now he's not competent. This is Carmelo Anthony's grandmother.
A white person to hit a black boy and hit a white
Wait,
man.
that's it.
Yeah. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
They send a message. Yeah.
We love y'all.
It ain't the end of the road.
We love y'all.
Now, I wanted to bring this up, and I think I might have more from his family. One, again, like I said, it's a compelling argument. Everything culturally in Carmelo Anthony's life would put him to think that there would be no consequences from him provoking and then murdering a white kid. It's clear his family, at least his grandmother, you think that woman was instilling virtues of like, hey, you got to reject this victimhood culture. You have to have personal responsibility. You think she was instilling those virtues based on what you just heard there? But there's another reason that I wanted to talk about this. Now look at Carmelo Anthony's family, or look at George Floyd's family, or any of these other minority families that feel that there's been an injustice, and look at how they talk. This is racist. We need our pound of flesh. We want revenge, blah, blah, blah. Then, when it's white person, their family, oh, please, we're calling for calm. We're calling for calm. Novak's family. Metcalf's family. And then the establishment stands behind that. Oh, well, Novak's family said to call for calm. I guess if only Novak's father would have... Here, can you imagine this? This is what Novak's father should have done. after his son was called a racist, drug on the ground while handcuffed, bleeding out, saying that he's been stabbed. The police said, "I don't think you have, mate," reading him his rights as he had his final breaths. Here's what Novak's dad should have been yelling.
Racist! 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 Police down! Problem! Racist! Bias! Racist!
Then would it have been okay to talk about it? Keir Starmer? Would it have been okay then? The double standard of this is unfucking believable. So the lesson learned is, as long as you're a huge fucking asshole and just scream racism and the system's racist, well, then we're all allowed to have that conversation. But if not, if you say, hey, I don't want violence, I don't want this to be politicized, then the establishment will say, oh, okay, well, then we can't talk about it. Fuck that. I see we got Greg in here talking about George Floyd. Every conversation and deflection to George Floyd is just an admission that they want to be okay with murdering white children. That's it. Remember the clip I played you of the OJ juror that was like, we wanted revenge for Rodney King? That's it. That's why this Greg guy's in here talking about George Floyd. What he's trying to tell you is good. I'm glad Austin Metcalf's dead. That's revenge for what happened to George Floyd, and I'm happy with it. Why is it that we were allowed to take a one-off situation like George Floyd and make this big moment, not just in the United States, but all across the world? But as soon as you take these in reverse and you say, okay, by the way, there's far more examples of whites that are harmed by blacks than vice versa. See, he doesn't even deny it. It's just racism to point out. That's it. You should allow us to murder white people or else you're racist. Hey, Greg, I don't give a fuck that you call me a racist. Now what? Fuck you. How about that? They don't like it. They don't like, oh shit. You can't take one incident and... That's what you fuckers do every time. Except we have tons of incidents. We have tens of thousands of girls in these grooming gangs and the most heinous things you can imagine in Europe by people of color. We went over the data yesterday. A black male is black people in general are 50 times more likely to commit an act of violence against a white person than vice versa, according to the Bureau of Justice statistics. And yet when one incident happens, oh, there's George Floyd. Oh my goodness, light the streets on fire. We need to have this conversation. But when you point out one time that it's the opposite, it's, by the way, this Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony story wouldn't even be talked about right now if it wasn't the fact that so many black people and leftists came out and made it a big issue. If they would all just been like, yeah, it's fucking terrible, the kid deserves jail time, that'd be about it. But no, it's got to be further. How dare you? It's racist to hold us accountable for murdering people. That's racist. This is former Dallas City Council candidate Devontae Peters, another would-be politician. Just left the courthouse and any white person can get it for real. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. Dig Austin Metcalf up and stab his ass again. By the way, similar vibes that you got with the Charlie Kirk thing, right? Ha ha! You're dead. Fuck you. Ha 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 ha. How can you share a country with people that believe this? How can you? Here's the shit you can say proudly on social media if you're a left-wing black person calling for violence. I think this was a TikTok video.
Ain't no fucking judicial justice for black people. How many motherfucking decades and decades have to go by where you don't receive that? Your justice is fucking frontier justice. They kill one of y'all, you kill one of them. Our toughest soldiers ain't gonna do shit. I'm talking to you. You ain't gonna do shit but kill up on your own.
Well, what are you doing, sir? Are you another tough guy like the lefties I debate, telling people to go out and take actions and throw their life away for things that you yourself are unwilling to do? No justice for black folks? Need I bring up jury statistics of how black jurists overwhelmingly have differential treatment between whites and blacks, and whites almost have none? Maybe the reason you think there's disparate outcomes is because there's disparate amounts of crime happening in the black community. This is Dallas attorney Thelma Anderson. I had read rumors that she lost her license to practice law, but at least at one point an attorney in Texas.
I said, as a former prosecutor, this was a legal lynching that happened in this slaughterhouse. This is a slaughterhouse. This is not a courthouse. This courthouse is designed when you would come here and you look like us, to slaughter you. That's what they were. Those twins are domestic racist terrorists.
So the court is a slaughterhouse, and they slaughtered Carmelo Anthony, and the Metcalf twins are domestic racist terrorists. That's what they are. Now, one of them is alleged to have done absolutely nothing except hold his brother as he was dying. The other, after asking this kid to leave over and over again, and he basically was like, make me, come put your hands on me, went like this. That's a domestic terrorist. Not the kid that stabbed him in the heart. And to hold that kid responsible, that's a slaughterhouse. In other words, we should be allowed to kill white people with immunity. And if you hold us accountable, it's racist. How much of and again, it's not just her saying that, it's that she knows that we live in a culture where there will be zero consequences for her saying that. Just like all the people laughing about Charlie Kirk's death knew that we lived in a society where there wouldn't be consequences. And to the occasional time, the handful of times where there were consequences, boy, oh boy, I thought you were against cancel culture. Why are you getting so upset that white people are being murdered and we're all flipping out saying that we should be allowed to murder them? Sounds like you're a little agitated there. Shouldn't have been stabbed, but shouldn't have been touched in the first place. Yeah, and the asshole murderer shouldn't have been in a tent that wasn't his. I'm sure you're perfect, though. You've never, been like, hey, back up when someone comes close to you, right? You're perfect, right? Fuck you. You're a equivocation piece of shit. You're as bad as the rest of them. Well, actually, I guess he shouldn't have been stabbed, but shouldn't have put his hands on him. Fuck you. She shouldn't have had that short skirt on. Fuck you. These people are not interested in actual fucking discussions on the topic. They're interested in symbolism, and they're interested in their fucking tribalism. Fuck them. Treat them with the contempt that they deserve to be treated with. Some more Jasmine Crockett.
The bleachers after. And it only took one stab. I think everybody needs to understand it was not like it was multiple
So
times.
these are the facts that really should have been
honed in on.
correct. Because those are the ways that you look at intent, right?
It was just one stab. Stop watching me and make it a go find another channel to watch issue. Fair enough? It was just one stab. That's all. One stab. That's the relevant thought. Okay, then what do you think the proper punishment should have been? I think it should have been life in prison. But I could be talked into the death penalty. What do you think these people think? I think they should have said next time, stab him more times so they learned the lesson. So they should have excoriated him for that. Some of these videos, here's another. Again, by the way, whoever said that they were putting a video together, I wish we had a compilation of all the assholes with the Charlie Kirk stuff. Because what happens is, 6 months from now, they'll be like, it wasn't that bad. There weren't people saying this shit.
Collin County, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Irvin, Dalworth, Plano, Denton, Keller. It ain't safe for none of you white folks to come out this weekend. I'm giving y'all a fair warning right now. And guess what? It's going to be a bunch of niggas outside that look like me. And we ain't out there with no pocket knives. We out there with these. I guarantee y'all going to pay for what that judge just did to Carmelo. If you don't believe me, bring y'all bold ass out this weekend and put on your Austin Metcalf shirts and see what happened to you.
So the very calm, rational black community that's upset that they were treated with stereotypes that they were violent are going to express their displeasure at a black kid who was found guilty of murder for murdering a white kid by beating the fuck out of you if you're out in the street and you're white. Amazing. Devontae Peters, the man who I showed you that was running for council in Texas, who said, dig up Metcalf and stab him again. Did you know he's a business owner? He's a owner of the Alkaline Hour, a community activist, a rap artist, and former candidate for Dallas City Council. Amazing. All these people's lives are so hard. Yep, they become business owners and council members and oh boy. Some more hot takes. We go all night, baby.
Okay. You know what happened? He got stabbed and he died. Because he wasn't looking for trouble. That's self-defense, motherfucker. So if you can't see that between your fucking little ass brain, motherfucker. Alright. Do I have to tell you? I have to whisper it to you? So you want me to whisper it to you? No, you want me to whisper it to you, motherfucker? You can talk it. You want me to whisper it to you? Well, you're yelling right now. Alright then, bitch. Play with somebody else, nigga.
He's saying he's going to whisper it as he's screaming. Could be some IQ issues here as well. But look at that. Violence and intimidation. Now, again, let's be honest. This behavior right here is sort of similar probably to what happened with the Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony. Watch this. Just soak it all in.
Okay. You know what happened? He got stabbed and he died. Because he wasn't looking for trouble. That's self-defense, motherfucker. So if you can't see that between your fucking little ass brain, motherfucker. Alright. Do I have to tell you? I have to whisper it to you? So you want me to whisper it to you? No, you want me to whisper it to you, motherfucker? You can talk it. You want me to?
Now, this is common. Oh, jeez. Hey. Don't do that. This is very common with a lot of people in the black community. They'll intentionally be antagonistic to cause you to push them, to yell at them, or heaven forbid, say a magic word. And then they feel that justifies them with impunity, lashing out with violence, including stabbing you, shooting you, running you over with a car. It doesn't matter. All the time. We're supposed to be meek and be like, I'm sorry, as just get aggressive, scream in your fucking face, yell at you, shove you, etc. But God help you if you do anything back, yell at them back or push them or anything. Oh boy, then it's on. And the whole community says, you deserved it. You deserved it. And if you hold us accountable for those actions, well, then we'll use more violence. Capone, who are you, by the way? Yes, Tammy can call in at 11:30. I appreciate you trying to set up a debate, but you've been all caps very insistent upon this. So I've set up an entire show tonight. You have been from day one super, like, weirdly insistent. I know this person that wants to debate you, this Tammy person. Do you want to debate them? Can you debate them now? What night can you debate them? Can you debate them now? You want to talk now? Right now, they're ready to talk now, all caps. Yeah, man, I'm doing this show now, but sure, if Tammy wants to call in, you tell her to type in the chat at 11:30 and she can call in, okay? What is this, some personal beef you have? That you want me to put someone in their place? What is it? I don't get it. Thank you for your incredible excitement in all caps. Appreciate it. I'm going to keep going with the show while we wait for Tammy to call in. Tammy's going to call. Can you believe it? Here's Austin Metcalf's family walking out of the courthouse.
They are leaving right now. Here they are.
Hey, we glad Austin dead. I'm glad Austin is dead. He's a big ass dude. You guys knew he was a bully. You guys knew he was a bully.
I am 6 foot even. My phone is at my head. And
You guys knew that
the guy in the back is his brother.
This is brother right here. Let him leave. Let him leave.
Is that nice? Yelling at the fucking... victim's family? Isn't that beautiful? Amazing, right? It's not enough. By the way, again, I would not deign to be too critical of a family that just lost their child horrifically like this. I'd heard rumors that they were harassed at their homes. Hey, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Oh, it's not about race. You might not think it was about race, but guess what? Carmelo Anthony's defenders, they think it's about race. Next, here's another hot take for you.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It is a great day to be a motherfucking live. I still got breath in my body. Carmelo still got breath in his body. Austin, I can't say the same, buddy.
Again, there is a significant population of black people that want you murdered and think it's funny and think that it's racist if they suffer consequences because of it. I had heard rumors that they were swatted. Yeah. But listen, I got it all wrong. Rap House TV, they got the video that really matters. You think it's bad for Carmelo Anthony to murder Austin Metcalf, but have you considered this?
That's the cruise going on? Yeah, there's a cruise going on.
That's freedom of the sea.
I got him, Kayla. I got him. I got him.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
Yeah. You gotta. How the lamb, baby?
Wow. That's powerful stuff. Well, he took nice pictures and videos with his family. So please get this young man out of jail right now. Hand him his knife back. Leave him go on a stabbing spree. I didn't know that he was smiling with his family. I didn't realize that. Had I realized that, then that changes the calculation completely. Yeah, they did look pretty well off, didn't they? Going on cruises and shit. My family's never going on no fucking cruise. Well, there it is. I don't know if the jury saw that. This is Carmelo's mother, they're saying.
We love justice for Carmelo. Justice for Carmelo. We got this. We got this. We overcame this.
Back off.
So that's the same. I don't know if that's his mom or his grandma, but that's what they're saying. They're like celebrities. Isn't it nice? This is Courtney White, attorney in Texas.
We also know now that, yes, Carmelo Anthony may have had a tool in his backpack that, no, he shouldn't have brought it to a track meet, but
it's a knife. It was a knife. If we could call a knife a tool, then I guess I could call my firearm a tool as well, because it is. So if he brought a firearm, we'd be saying he brought a tool. It was a knife.
it was there. It had a 3.5-inch blade, but also in that backpack, he had snacks. He had...
Oh, there you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, if you're going to murder someone and you have a murder weapon in your backpack, throw some Cheetos in there as well, and you'll get people like her on the jury that'll be like, wow, I mean, Funyuns? He had Funyuns in the backpack? Well, fuck. Clearly he was having a good time if he had Funyuns. Maybe if he had, like, baked Lays or, like, a Snickers bar, we'd be like, no, fuck you. But Funyuns? I mean, come on. You can't find him guilty. Can't find him guilty if he was eating Funyuns. Let this man free. He smiled in pictures with his family, and he had snacks in his backpack. I mean, what more do you need to know? Get him out. He should be doing Funyun commercials by the end of the week. Get another Give, Send, Go sent to the family, right?
School puzzles, and he had a cross. That
puzzles and a cross? No shit. Well, my goodness.
That's not the kit of somebody who is thinking that day that he is going to murder someone.
What's that kit look like? I'd like to see. What? Did she see a season of Mindhunters that I missed? You know, Ted Bundy would never have a high-calorie snack in his possession as he was off to murder people. Strictly protein bars, maybe, you know. He'd stop for a nice salad. This is Court TV. Now, I remember Court TV. I remember watching this when I was younger, like when I was a teenager. And it sort of became big with like some of the trials. It used to have like Nancy Grace. It's always had some real winners on there. But at first, the first stuff I saw from Court TV was like them like covering the OJ trial. And it was more sober-minded. I believe this is from Court TV today.
You telling me a grainy video is shown to jurors, but it was shown in 4K clear to the people that witnessed it? No witness on that stand had that little man's back. None, zero.
Oh, okay, so they had a high quality video as the allegation and refused to show it, instead showed a grainy video. This is the first I'm hearing of that. If so, maybe it was because the judge didn't allow certain evidence in. And what's this supposed to prove? No one got up on stage and defended him? Yes, including his teammates and black kids that all testified that he was the aggressor. Yes. Isn't that odd? You mean this kid's a murderer and no one wanted to stick up for him? Yeah, that's usually the way it goes. What did you want? People to lie under oath because he's black? Is that what you wanted? Yes, that's what she wanted. By the way, that's exactly what she wanted. Why didn't they fucking lie for this kid? Not one person was willing to stand up and lie for him? That sounds racist. That sounds racist to me.
Out of 21 people being questioned? Come on, man, I'm done with all of that. I feel the same way about white people, the same way they feel about my people. Yeah, try one of us. You tell.
Fair enough. I accept. That's a fair deal. Why do we have to pretend then? Great. And if the black community is not willing to call this shit out, these aren't just fringe people. This is a mainstream belief in the black community. Mainstream. If this is going to be the argument, fuck you, we hate you. Okay. That's fair. Going to be up to the black community to distance themselves from folks like that. But I won't hold my breath. One more.
I just seen a post that said free, grab them, and stab them. Fuck Austin!
Compelling argument. That's compelling. So much of our society is walking on eggshells because we're unwilling to call out that there are significant problems in the black community, which causes significant. It's not just the actual damage that's being caused. It's that there are parts of the cities that we can't go into. It's that fucking our academia has to be catered specifically to this. You can't use tests to get jobs like in the 70s. This was something that we talked about this yesterday. The Trump DOJ is trying to reverse. You can't have like a stable test for a job anymore. That's racist. After all, the tests are racist. So we all have to just engage in this lie. Oh, disparate outcomes, that's racism. There's nothing different about the members of that community. Bullshit. I'm tired of it. Just like I'm tired of the migrant shit. I'm tired of every group being allowed to take every incident and using it to say why white people are evil and should be punished, etc., 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 when overwhelmingly the evidence suggests the problem's the other direction. And for us to even attempt to talk about it, racist, how dare you? And I'm telling you, the longer that we force people to be quiet about this, eventually, it's like a kettle cooker. It's going to explode. That's what you're seeing in Ireland. I'm trying to prevent that. Now I'll read some super chats, and then if Tammy wants to come on, she can. I see what's his name? Caleb. Caleb, it's the crazy insistence. It's the all caps. It was that more than anything. It's just, I don't get it. Like, I don't get that. You're clearly capable of not typing in all caps. I'm excited that you're excited that someone wants to debate me. That's great. Happy to do the debate. So if Tammy wants to call in, that's fine. When Tammy gets in the chat, she just says, I'm here. I'll send the link. Tammy can jump on now. As soon as I read the super chats. Capone, I'm sorry, not Caleb. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Poor Caleb. I had a person. I'll just keep my mouth shut. Another Caleb. He didn't do nothing either. Yeah. Yeah. Cancel your birthday to Mall of America. We make decisions like this all the time. People are afraid to say it. That's fine. It's no big deal, Capone. It's a little bit of a role. They're pissed off reading these stories, but not your fault. I remember one time I was traveling with this band. We were in Youngstown. Actually, a good Bruce Springsteen song, Youngstown. Anyways, and I was a jovial guy. I made a bunch of fucking terrible decisions in my life that could have easily led to me being killed. There were drunken times like shoving each other back and forth. You know, whatever. That's just the way it was where I grew up. I've had my ass kicked a time or two. No big deal, you know. No one stabbed me. Kind of, I guess, even the people you're fighting with have more of a vision of consequences and not, you know, you prove your point, you get in a fight, that's it. You win or lose. Time moves on. 1 second. But anyways, real quick, I was drunk and I was talking to, it was a black guy. He's fine. We're drinking. And I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to walk down the street. And he's like, don't go across the bridge. And I was like, I'm not worried. He's like, no, I'm fucking telling you, man. You go across that bridge, they're going to eat you alive. He's like, I'm not fucking around. Don't go across the bridge. I was like, huh. All right, before someone calls in here, let's read some more super chats. Buddha Customs, $5 says, Rob claiming the Backdoor Boys when he knows he's more of a Cyndi Lauper or Milli Vanilli fan. And one step back. Funny mistypings to Cyndi Lauper, Milli Vanilli. I don't know. I was more of a Weird Al / Ween fan. Odorant Mutant, $20 says, Rob. That crooked Rob's nuts. Yep. Darian Munshaw, $20 says, Rob, respect to you and your family. God bless you all. I'd say to go on in this stuff harder. They have such arrogance and ignorance. It's just fudged. Yep. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, the humanity. Where's the compassion for the boy that ended the family and his family? Yep. Birdie the dog, 6 months. Thank you. Says, Carmelo Anthony got to go home and play Xbox after. Raised $500,000. Birdie the dog, $20 says, sorry I missed some shows. Please don't apologize. Thank you, man, for your support. I started a new job. Congrats. Looking forward to listening while I'm at work. Now I get my feet set. Thanks, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you, man. And congrats on your new job. Zach Gelpy, $20 says, the actions we are seeing is actually causing the exact opposite sentiment from other groups such as whites as what they want. We are more and more starting to not give a shit, and worse, are having more contempt for that community. That's exactly right. But that is what the leaders want. Reverse massage, $2 says, my friend sweated a mosquito off me, so I offed him. Hey, he was in the wrong. Did you have Funyuns on you? Mr. B, $20. Thank you, says, I had a folder of all the tweets and horrendous reactions to Charlie's death. I didn't go through it because I figured nobody would watch it. I regret that so much now. The Camarlo video's up in your Discord. I will check it out, man. I will. Jake Brown, thank you for becoming a member. Phil James, thank you for the 5. Says, God bless, Rob. I love your passion, energy tonight. Thank you. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, murderers get hungry too. That's not true, Zach. Murderers don't have snacks. They don't. I wonder if Derek Chauvin had a lunch pail with him that day, right? Do you think all these... Well, Derek Chauvin brought his lunch pail, so clearly he wasn't murdering someone. Joseph Romano, $10, thank you. 559 Texan, $5 says, Amazing Lucas calls us all the lineage of evil. Says Metcalf is in hell with Charlie Kirk. Sounds like a great guy. Lavin, $5 says, if they really wanted to end racism, they'd hold their own accountable. But the fact is that they don't. Without the race card, they wouldn't have anything. Yeah. Caleb, thanks for being a member. 13 months says, love your love. Thanks, man. Vita, 20 months. Thank you, man. Pix Paradox, $20 says, Grifton, good to see y'all. Good to see you. And Joseph, 16 months and says, blessings. Blessings to you, Joseph. All right. On Rumble, Dan Vicious, thank you so much. $2 says, they say don't put hands on people, then proceed to knock out elderly Asians. Yeah. All right. So we have a debate. Our friend Caster was trying to set this up for a while. I don't know how long this will go. We'll shoot for like an hour. I just know this person as Tammy. They could tell us a little about themselves. I think we're going to argue about corruption, Trump versus Democrat corruption. But we'll see. Whatever she wants to talk about, fine with me. Hello, Tammy. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. Do you mind if I, on my end, turn your mic up just a little? It shouldn't affect you, but just so my audience could hear you a little more.
Sure. Sure.
Okay. All righty. So, all right. Well, is there anything you wanted to tell us? Do you have a channel or anything like that you wanted to shout out before we get started?
No channel.
Okay.
I just enjoy arguing with people, I guess.
Me too. That's good.
I came here from, I guess, the Cam Higbee server. So if you know that guy, that's kind of where I spend some time.
I assume you don't like Cam.
Not particularly. I came to Cam because he was a Israel supporter. I'm Israeli American, and I really enjoyed his perspective on that and found perplexing how someone could be so right on one thing and then so horrifically wrong on other things. So I just spent some time around with him talking there, met some fun people, met Caster. He said, wow, you know who I should talk to? robnoerr. So
okay. All right. Well, I just want to give you a shot because sometimes you get to debating and you don't give someone a chance to say if they have something they wanted to shout out. So that's fine. So what particular, you could pick whatever topic you wanted. Sort of corruption, Republicans versus Democrat. Is that what you wanted to talk about? Do you want to talk about the Austin Metcalf trial? I'm fine with whatever's on your mind that you would like to talk about.
Yeah, I was really curious because one of the things that you brought up as possible debate topics is Biden versus Trump corruption. And I just found that to be such an odd topic because I didn't realize people argued that the Biden administration was more corrupt. I thought people mostly just excused, oh, it's okay. It's not that bad. On the Trump side, I didn't realize that people actually argued the reverse. So that,
well, it's not just, I do believe that I told you. I look at Biden as basically a human vegetable. So it's not that he himself, I mean, he certainly engaged in corruption, but it's not just Biden. It's more of the establishment Democrat corruption that we've seen since Trump's been on the scene. So I'm not even talking about necessarily going back to like 1960s or anything like that. I mean, since Trump's been in the political world, what people talk about him and his administrations with corruption versus the Democrats that have been opposed to him and their levels of corruption.
So are you saying that if we took the sum total of corruption done by all Democrats during the Biden administration and compared it to the sum total of all corruption done by Republicans during the Trump administration, you think that on the Democratic side, it would be worse?
Yes, but I'm also saying more than that. It certainly would be worse, except I'm not saying just Democrat corruption during the Biden administration. I'm saying Democrat corruption in the lead up of the 2016 election, Democrat corruption during the Trump administration, Democrat corruption during the Biden administration, and Democrat corruption during the second Trump administration.
Well,
and it would absolutely be. Now,
that's an even longer span of time. So I guess if the first is more, then certainly more time would be even more. So
that is correct. But it would seem fair to compare like to like if we're talking about corruption the entire time since Trump's got into politics, that we would look at his opponent's corruption during that same time frame.
I mean, I feel like I could make a stronger claim and say that in just the first year of this second Trump administration, he's done more corruption than all 4 years during the Biden administration.
Fair enough. We could go with that then. I would start by saying, of course, who thinks something's worse is going to be subjective. There's corruption that could personally enrich yourself. Then there's corruption that is damaging to everyone in the country and using corruption to enshrine power yourself, etc. There are things that I would concede that I don't know that some of them would be corrupt, some of them not. Like, I don't like what Trump did. That probably will differentiate me from most Democrats who will be unwilling to admit the obvious corruption. But for example, things like I'm not a big fan of the meme coin and shit like that. But largely, to any extent you would call that corruption, pales in comparison to the things we've seen Democrats do. Because the things they did actually had significant effect on our administrations, how the laws were carried out, etc.
I completely agree that we need to define what metric we're using, but I'm pretty sure that by any metric that we pick, we'll find that Trump is worse. So just to give an example, if we pick dollar amount, I think Trump blows out not only this president, Biden, but every president prior combined together in terms of just how much personal enrichment he's made off of the office.
I don't particularly, first off, Trump in his first administration lost money. Second, I don't particularly think just because you're making money, it's indicative of corruption. And thirdly, to the extent it is, that still pales in comparison to, for example, I could say, well, corruption of Democrats allowing Somali fraud to occur. They're now estimating the fraud that occurred in these systems that Democrats have fought tooth and nail are about $500 billion a year. So I would say that I don't think you could argue that so far we've had 6 years of Trump's term. That would be $3 trillion that he's enriched himself. I don't believe that's the case.
Well, I would say that that's a bit of a red herring with the fraud going on in Michigan. Yes, because
it's not just there, by the way.
Well, yeah, but I'd say that's a complete red herring because the Democrats were actually in office investigating that. All the big investigations that went into uncovering that were done by the Biden.
That's not true. That's absolutely not true at all.
That's absolutely
It's absolutely not true. In fact, we now have Tim Walz by J.D. Vance has just been referred to the DOJ for possible prosecution because they are now admitting that they knew that Keith Ellison and Walz both knew of this, and they're putting this generously, didn't want to be accused of racism. We have Keith Ellison on audio actually talking to some of the people that would later be indicted saying, I'm here for you. It's about money. It's about influence. I'm going to make sure that they stop targeting people in this community. We have the audio of it. What they did was they had the most surface level investigation that had almost no teeth to it, that they were drug along kicking and screaming by people that were pointing out this fraud, but did almost next to nothing with it. Then the Republicans instituted massive investigations and found that the story went so much deeper than just feeding our future. Not just that's just in Minneapolis. It's also true all around the country. The figure of about 400 to 500 billion, I think they said, of potential fraud a year. That's just the Somali thing's just like what? Like maybe 100 million, 200 million? So it's talking about this fraud through organizations like USAID, NGOs that went through it, and many other organizations we've seen. Nonetheless, I think that the idea of like the personal enrichment, etc., I'm happy to hear you outline your case. I think that even if I could see things of that would be fraud, that'd be far less than like having the FBI break FISA laws, or FISA laws to spy on your opponent and try to stop them governing. I think that level of corruption is far worse.
So the stories that I in the background, I was just looking it up. The stories about the fraud that was uncovered in Michigan, the feeding our future fraud. You acknowledge that that was all found under the Biden administration. You said so just a moment ago. I'm not aware of other major fraud that was uncovered since then that had any substantial investigations done into it. I know Nick Shirley put out a whole video about it that was basically a whole load of nothing. And so I don't think that any of this is
what Shirley video was a whole load of nothing?
The one where he goes around harassing daycare workers.
Like the Quality Leering Center that people like you said was nothing, and now they've been indicted.
Yeah, that video, which was a whole.
Yes, those videos where he went, and now it's directly led to indictments of these people.
I'm pretty sure there was already a. Oh God, sorry, my throat.
No. So your argument is, oh, they were already indicting these people. Nick Shirley showed up. Can you explain them why every Democrat was saying, oh, this is bullshit. These places did nothing wrong. Now your argument is, we already knew they were doing wrong. All of these places he investigated.
Yeah, I don't know why I never said those things. But my main point is that if we, that your claims that this has all these new discoveries of fraud, which I don't entirely believe are anywhere as substantial as the stuff that was found by the Biden DOJ, may I add. And even if we consider all of that, it still pales in comparison to the billions that have been grifted away by Donald Trump himself.
Give me an example. Give me an example of the billion that Trump's grifted.
You brought up the crypto coin that you said you personally don't like, right?
I don't care for it. Is that fraud?
I believe it's, yes.
Okay, is fraud in the realm of...
Actually, it might not be fraud, but it might be. It is definitely.
Okay, so how is it? Explain what was corrupt about it. Go ahead.
Sure. So he is basically profiting off of the office, taking bribes, which is illegal. He is basically.
Stop one at a time. So the people that were buying this crypto coin. Yes. Were bribing Donald Trump.
They were buying access to Donald Trump, yes.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yes. One of the rewards that he gave to top coin holders was private time, private conversations, one-on-one with him, which we have no idea what went on in there, but that is something that he gave to people who just directly put money in his pocket.
So can you give me an example of someone that donated X amount of dollars, who that person was, how much they gave, and then them having a meeting with Trump?
I don't think...
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just am unaware of this.
Currencies are deliberately and difficult to identify who it is. We have no idea who is putting money in Trump's pocket. It could be anyone from any country in the world. So, no, I don't have that information.
So you don't have any evidence of an individual that this occurred with? When I hear people talk about the corruption, it's actually the opposite. That it fleeced a bunch of, like, regular Joe schmoes. That's what I hear people. This is the first time really hearing of, oh, trust me, a bunch of wealthy business owners or politicians were sending millions of dollars to Trump to buy his crypto coin. And then because of that, they got to meet him. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just hadn't heard this.
Hearing of this? Really?
I've heard other allegations that there were payments being made.
Concerning that you haven't heard these ones.
I've not. I've heard. Okay, let me rephrase it. I've heard people like you say in passing with no evidence, but I haven't seen it like as a major focus or anything. But surely you'll be able to provide that evidence.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking it up for you.
It's okay.
Okay. Donald Trump hosts an exclusive, highly controversial private dinner for top 220 buyers and holders of his Trump meme coin. The attendees, who paid an average of $1.8 million in crypto to secure their seats, gathered at Trump National Golf Club in Northern Virginia. Okay, well, there's a CNN
and when was this?
Article.
When was this?
When was this? Let's see.
Yeah.
Well, the article is from May of 2025. So presumably around
May of 2025, a bunch of people in public met at Trump's golf course.
Yes.
And that's it? That's the corruption?
Since this is apparently the first time you're hearing of these allegations, do you agree that it's problematic, at the very least, that there is an untraceable meme coin that anyone can donate to, anyone can get access to the president, ask for whatever they want, just to optics? Just do you agree that that is bad?
Yes, but it's actually worse than that. I'll make your case that it's even worse because the nature of these meme coins actually, it just has the ability to fuck over the low man on the totem pole. So I agree that having money that's able to be sent some way to get access is not a good thing. And I think there's certainly criticism of Trump. I think this is even worse, though, because it also has the potential to screw over, like, sort of people on the lower end of the scale. To me, which is worse. Take this to corruption that you no doubt never said shit about. For example, the Clinton Foundation, where they denied the pay-for-play accusations, although we could see them quite starkly.
Sorry,
and they lied about.
I only studied the Biden administration. If you're going to pull up Clinton stuff, I'm not too familiar.
Well, of course you're not. Most Democrats aren't. The precedent set from these administrations, right, that there's like all this pay for play that occurs, and that's the way the game's normally played. And people like you don't say anything. The Democrats don't say anything. And then they get their knickers in a bunch when all of a sudden the other side does it. In what quite honestly is a more open area. For example, with the Biden administration, we could say this. We know, for example, that the Bidens were engaged in FARA violations, sending Hunter Biden and Jim Biden around the world in order to get access to pay for play for the president of the United States.
When did
or
this
the
happen?
vice president. I'm sorry, the
When did
vice
this
president of the
happen?
United States.
Sorry, when did
This would have occurred in 2004.
when he was vice president?
Right.
I'm pretty sure that there is nothing to that. Otherwise, there would have been some charges by now.
Well, see, that's what you would think, but it's actually not the case. Now, I'm aware that when my argument is that there was basically a uniparty before Trump came along, and there were people in the Democratic Party that were outside that uniparty like Bernie Sanders, and so they all protected each other. Like, for example, do you think insider trading is a problem in Congress for both Republicans and Democrats?
I think it's a much bigger problem from Republicans right now.
Well, of course, you're partisan, you think that, but would you agree it's a problem with Republicans and Democrats?
I think in general, yeah, there should not be stock trading available.
I disagree. No one's been charged.
Well, okay.
How could that's the same argument you're making? You're saying, this could have happened with Biden. I looked into it. There was nothing there, or there would have been charges, bro.
No, I'm saying
So
my
what you would
suspicion
find-
is there's probably nothing to it because it's been like a couple of decades already and nothing has come out of it.
Decades?
Yeah,
It's
you're talking
been
about stuff that
it's-
happened in the Obama administration. This is like
2014, while Biden was vice president,
decade
that
and a half.
directly led in, that directly led in to the 2016 election.
I'm
And
just
what had
saying
happened, so the appeal to authority must not have happened because there
I'm
weren't
just saying
charges.
that it's a
let
little
me,
bit-
let me just make my point real quick, please. Clearly you don't believe that because you don't believe that with insider trading in Congress. And second, there were crimes that were proven and there were whistleblowers within the IRS and the FBI that pointed to these crimes and said that they were basically instructed to not go after them, particularly the connections to Vice President Biden. But I'd happily talk you through the scandal and what happened. I've no problem with that.
Well, before you attempt to, I just want to say that it's a little bit unfair that I am already like having one hand tied behind my back. I've given you 4 years of the Biden administration to work with, and I'm only allowed to work with the first year of the Trump administration, and yet you still find yourself
You said that? You could talk about...
All you're reaching all the way back to the Obama administration trying to find stuff.
Wait. You're saying that I'm saying you could only talk about the first year of Trump?
Yeah, I've already self-imposed that. I said, you talk about the Biden administration, I'll talk about the first year of Trump, and we'll see who can outdo the other. And yet you still find yourself reaching all the way back to the Obama administration, even though I prepped myself for talking about the Biden administration, which was kind of clean and spiffy, and all things seem to be working rather properly with very little corruption going on there. And then suddenly there's the shit show going on in the last year.
I'm unpersuaded by your, I picked the topic and said that there has to be an artificial limit on exactly the 4 years of Biden. And so therefore it's unfair for me to understand the corruption that occurred with Biden previous to that.
I mean,
I'm unpersuaded. Let me finish, please. Notice how I let you talk unfettered? You can give me the same courtesy, it'd be fine. So I'm unpersuaded that that's somehow some metric that we should be looking at. The problem is what you want to do is take in a vacuum and look at just Trump. By the way, if I'm limiting you to just 1 year of the Trump administration, that would be what? His first year was 2017. Seems like everything you're talking about now is 2025, 2026, which would be like years 5 and 6, right? Why would I not be allowed to talk about when Joe Biden was vice president if you're allowed to talk about 5 to 6 years of the Trump administration? It seems like, and the truth is because you know that there's corruption that I'm going to be able to prove, and that you know, by the way, do you mind me asking how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 29.
How long have you been interested in politics?
I kind of got into politics after 2016, but I'd say only actually started really learning about it around COVID.
Okay, well, maybe you should look back into some of that stuff. It was quite horrendous. I would articulate, and we haven't really got to this far of it, like the metric of, well, just money, to me, that's not a good metric. For example, the White House has put out on their website from February 12th, 2025, the Government Accountability Office says that the estimated fraud and loss per year is $233 billion to $521 billion annually. That's $500 billion annually, according to the Government Accountability Office. So the idea that, like, if we're going to just talk about money, the scale of the fraud is immense. And Trump's meme coin, although it's not something I like, and I'll admit it, I think it pales in comparison to what we've seen just the past administrations do. Including the Bidens, the Clintons, all of this occurred during the Obama administration, by the way, the pay-for-play stuff. And so for them to now be upset, I will accept that you weren't interested in politics when those administrations were there, but it happened. The pay-for-play stuff was happening, and I'm assuming that even if you look back, you wouldn't care, and you wouldn't care.
Just to clear my own name here, I suppose. The reason that I'm not arguing about previous administrations is because when we were setting this up, we agreed to talk about Biden administration versus Trump administration. And the reason I'm not talking about these things is because I don't know them, not because I
think you're lying. What would you say if I accused you of lying there?
I'd be a bit offended because I don't think we know each other.
But what if you were lying? What if you were lying? Yeah.
So
I'm going to try to go back. I'm 90, and I will admit if I'm wrong. I'm 90% sure we had this exact conversation. I was like, not just Biden. Biden was a vegetable. I'm talking about basically the Democrats as a whole and their corruption. Is what I think I remember saying to you.
I guess we should have clarified that, but I assumed that meant like the people around Biden during his administration. I still thought that when we said Biden administration versus Trump administration, it meant the time scale of 2020 to 2020.
Well, I'm uninterested in this artificial limit that all of a sudden we can only look.
Fine.
Okay, fine. If that's so, we're just looking at. Wait. Let me finish. Okay, so it's fair game to talk about this or not?
Apparently, just concede that there's nothing from the Biden administration then to talk about.
No, I disagree.
Then why don't you talk about that?
Why can't you just talk about the corruption that occurred just that one time? I'm sorry, I think it's fair game to talk about the corruption that I think is the most significant. The Biden administration itself, fine. If we're just looking at 4 years of Biden versus 2 years of Trump, how many dollars were lost in PPP loans?
I'm pretty sure the PPP loans were done under the Trump administration.
Oh, no, the vast amount of the government money that went out was handled by Democratic administrations that wanted to give more out. And there was tons of money that was given out under the Biden administration with COVID defaults and loans and corruption, etc.
Given out, but the PPP loans, like the actual structure, came out in the first relief plan that Trump and his administration put together.
There was also those sorts of loans were given out during the Biden administration. Why are you talking about the first Trump administration? We agreed not to talk about that.
That's true. That's true.
Please don't talk about that. We can't talk about Trump's first administration, that's correct?
True. I guess
so. You take that back. There was no corruption that can be brought up in this debate.
Then don't bring up the PPP loans because that's not within range.
Yes, they did. There were loans that were given out during the Biden administration.
Yes, there were loans that came out during the
Biden. What was the dollar amount that was ruled potentially fraudulent?
I don't actually know, but I'm guessing it was huge because I think it's an immense fraud scandal. But at least I credit the Biden administration with going after them in the years that followed to the best of their ability. And at least the structure of the PPP loans, I can put blame on Trump because it came in his administration. I'm not bringing it up.
No. There was no. It's all on Biden. There was nothing that came up structurally before that. This is all Biden. We have to accept that. It was Biden that was there. That's it.
We have to accept it because now we
strike it from the record. Strike it from the record. It cannot be talked about what happened before 2024. You admit that's how you want to do this debate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then all these loans that were given out under Biden, we would say that estimates are, after that first year, there were still hundreds of billions of dollars given out. They estimate around that time, some estimations say $136 billion in the economic injury disasters loan. PPP loans, $64 billion in fraud, 200 plus billion figure. They were administered, although some of them occurred before Biden came into office, they were administered under the Biden with major disbursements and forgiven occurring in 2020. Yes.
And can we also acknowledge that the fraud was being committed by people who took advantage of the PPP loans, not by the people who set up these loans?
And yeah, what we see is that fraud was allowed to occur under a Biden administration with almost no consequences. In fact, we see the current Trump administration now looking back at those people that fraudulently got loans and starting to arrest them. Almost none of that was occurring under the Biden administration.
No, there was investigations going on in the Biden administration.
Show me one.
Sure. Hold on. Let's look it up. Biden administration. Okay. The Biden administration's crackdown on Paycheck Protection Program and pandemic-era loan fraud involved a massive multi-agency initiative that extended the statute of limitations for prosecuting fraud to 10 years. The DOJ established specialized COVID-19 strike forces to track down billions in stolen tax. And here are several articles about it. Would you like me to read more, or can we at least acknowledge that this happened because it's coming up?
No, I acknowledge that the Biden administration said. I acknowledge the Biden administration said, "Yeah, we're going to go after this stuff." Where were the results?
Cool. What were the results?
Yeah, show me how many people were arrested. They estimate like 17% of the loans were fraudulent. So surely we saw tens of thousands of cases referred, right?
Well, let's see. Hold on, we're looking it up. The Biden administration multi-year crackdown on pandemic-era fraud resulted in the charging of over 3,500 defendants, more than $1.4 billion in seized or forfeited funds, and over 400 civil settlements and judgments. Okay.
Okay, so 3,000. In 2026, the new Trump SBA referred 562,000 fraudulent loans, totaling $22.2 billion.
Nice.
Some were flagged. Some were flagged under the Biden administration, but were not pursued.
Oh, nice. So you're saying that some of these were processes that actually began under the Biden administration. It makes sense.
Saying
the numbers
that
look
Biden,
bigger as time moves on, Rob. Okay.
I'm saying that Biden went after 3,500, Trump administration going after 562,000.
Cool.
Yeah, it sounds like one administration's more interested in going after fraud than another.
Or it could just mean that the system by which they were going after had been fully established, so it makes it easier to go after more people by that point. I mean, if they weren't interested in going after people, why did they even begin this post-pandemic era initiative to go after? Why did they even bother setting up this multi-agency initiative at all if they weren't interested?
Because they're phony baloney bullshitters that want to appear on paper like they're doing something when actually they're barely doing anything. The same with the hospice fraud, the Somali fraud, the immigration fraud, etc. That's what they do. It'd be the same as saying this. Like, you remember at one point in this country, law enforcement was being paid to look the other way against the mob, correct? You know that, right?
You're saying that someone was paying off the...
No, I'm giving a historical analogy, and then you could agree or disagree with how the analogy applies.
I mean,
so I'm just asking a question. Do you acknowledge that there was a time in this country where law enforcement was being paid or intentionally not going after the mob in many instances?
For sure. Are you saying that's
okay? But if you would have said that, I would have said, no, they arrested this one mobster. So how do you explain that? Clearly they're going after the mob. And you would say, yeah, okay, just because there's a small handful of things, when we see the scope of the fraud or the corruption, and you're only going after a handful of it, doesn't suggest that you're strong in trying to go after this stuff.
Hold on, let's check something. I'm now looking. I'm just looking up the Trump numbers now.
Mm-hmm.
The Trump administration escalated its pursuit of PPP loan fraud through a specialized high-profile initiative called White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, aiming to recover billions in stolen tax. Led by J.D. Vance, the administration took an aggressive stance to reverse what it called de facto amnesty granted to the suspects. Under Administrator Kelly Loeffler, uncovered 562,000 delinquent and suspected fraudulent loans totaling $22.2 billion. The Trump administration stated that these loans had been flagged under the Biden administration, but were purposefully shielded from. Oh, that's interesting. What does that mean? What do they mean by shielded?
Kelly Loeffler says, for years, the Biden administration shielded these borrowers from debt collectors as part of a de facto amnesty scheme. But today, we'll finally face accountability. The SBA is deeply grateful to the U.S. Department of Treasury for its partnership in historic action. The Biden administration deliberately protected more than 560,000 borrowers tied to $22.2 billion in potential pandemic-era fraud. During the last administration, the SBA refused to send the loans to Treasury for collection and failed to refer them to the DOJ. In doing so, the Biden administration deliberately shielded borrowers in an act of de facto amnesty. Until today, none of the 560,000 borrowers have been compelled to repay the $22.2 billion they owe the American taxpayers. Fewer than 1,000 of these borrowers has been subject to investigation by the SBA Office of Inspector General. Thanks to the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, the SBA and Treasury are now launching an aggressive effort to claw back the outstanding debt. So they knew that these loans, they suspected that they were fraudulent, but the mechanism for getting the money back would have been to send it to Treasury, and the Biden administration with these 560,000 loans intentionally decided to not send it to Treasury. Therefore, there was no mechanism to recoup the money. The Trump administration has sought to end that loophole and the fact that these people were shielded, and it's now aggressively going after these 560,000 loans, which totals $22.2 billion.
Okay, so
now, would you, real quick, would you agree that this would be the Biden administration allowing fraud to occur if they're intentionally not going after these loans that they suspected to be fraudulent?
Oh, yeah, if they were intentionally not going after something that they knew was fraudulent, yeah, absolutely. That's not what they were doing, because I was just reading about it in the background. So I was reading a little bit more. It turns out that the Biden strategy was twofold. The first one was to focus on high-value fraud and also proven fraud, so as to leave later the unproven and lower-value criminals and first go after like the syndicates. So that's what they did, and that's why their case numbers were smaller. But what they did do is they also petitioned for that extension of the statute of limitations, basically because they knew that later administrations will need that extra time to go after all the investigations necessary to go after the smaller fraud. That's what happened. That's why it occurred.
Yes, it's a convenient excuse to say that they intentionally didn't send 560,000 people that most likely engaged in frauds for collections. That's convenient. I get it. And you could say, no, trust me, they were going to go after them eventually. That's not what the results show.
Okay, so I guess
nonetheless, we do have limited time. At least I think I do. I don't know about you. I don't know how long. The question of just there's all sorts of money we could see that was kicked back during the Biden administration for things such as USAID loans that go to NGOs. Act Blue is now being criminally investigated. The Southern Poverty Law Center that received monies in favor from the Biden administration. The Act Blue case is really going to be interesting because that's the prime Democratic fundraiser mechanism that's now being accused of intentionally taking foreign money and covering it up. And so there's a criminal investigation into them. All of this is more significant than a billionaire allegedly enriching themselves, because what we see is this actually affects the mechanisms of which we determine who becomes a leader. And that's why I actually think that the Democrat corruption is far worse than anything you're talking about, because corruption they engaged with, I know you don't want to talk about it because you don't know about it, was actually corrupting these institutions to weaponize them to go after their opponents. Such as during the Biden administration, intentionally cooperating with prosecutors that were trying to keep the chief rival, in this case Donald Trump, off the ballot. All of that corruption is far worse than Trump's meme coin.
I 100% agree that the most dangerous kind of corruption is the kind that's basically corrupting the honesty of the systems of our country, which is why I think that the Trump administration corruption is so much worse, because this weaponization of the legal system is actually occurring under Trump, and on none of the stuff that you're referring to done by Democrats is actually going to hold any water. And
okay, that's fine. I know. I reject your idea that we could only talk about the past 4 years. What's that?
Sorry, no, I just said, and I reject yours. I'm just memeing. Don't worry.
Well, you could reject my idea of what we're going to talk about. This all started with. It is beyond dispute at this point that the Democrat administration illegally obtained FISA warrants to spy on a presidential campaign and then later presidential administration. Can you show me in history that ever occurring, other than against the Trump administration?
I don't believe it ever occurred, not even in the case where you're referring
You don't believe that there were illegal FISA warrants to spy on the
No.
Trump team?
No.
You're flat out wrong. It's been admitted by James Comey. It's been admitted in the Durham report. Yes, this occurred. Even Democrats admit it's occurred. Even Destiny admits that it occurred.
No, so
yes,
what the Durham reports talks about is that there was an improper what was it? An over reliance on the Steele dossier, or in order to get the initial ball rolling, and that normally that kind of evidence would not be considered strong enough to get a report started. I don't believe that it's actually illegal, but it is improper.
it was absolutely illegal. They were illegal FISA warrants. First up, we had Inspector General Horowitz. We had Inspector General Horowitz report first, the OIG, right? Horowitz said that there were 17 spectacular errors or omissions that were used in their attempt to get FISA warrants and investigate the Trump administration. The two worst that he talked about, and there was actually a criminal conviction over one of these, was one, the top FBI lawyer actually changing evidence to say the opposite of its conclusion in order to justify a warrant. So he asked the CIA.
I missed it. Could you say that again? Could you
I'm sorry?
just say the last thing again? I missed it.
Horowitz said that there were two things that what he thought were the most shocking. The one was a top FBI lawyer actually received evidence that was exonerating to Carter Page, the person they were using to get the FISA warrant to spy on the Trump team. He contacted the CIA and said, has Carter Page ever worked with you in order to try to go after Russians? And the CIA basically was like, yes. And Kevin Kleinsmith, this top attorney at the FBI, changed that to say no, and then gave that information to the FISA court. That's literally that dude was arrested for that, for changing. And this, by the way, is at a time where we can see James Comey hated Trump. Peter Strzok there was talking about an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump. Kevin Kleinsmith was tweeting out things like #resist while they were doing this. And the other thing, if you want me to get into it real quick, was even more shocking to that. And that was basically the FBI, while they were getting these FISA warrants, which I remind you, in case you didn't know, relied on opposition research paid for by Hillary Clinton, so Trump's opponent. They never bothered to go to the primary subsource for the first two warrants. For the third warrant, they ended up going to the primary subsource, and they asked him about this, and he basically said, oh, this was all hearsay. I can't believe you guys are investigating it. And so the FBI went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource, and he said that it was here, and we believe him. But what they didn't say, what we believe him about, was that he basically said this is all garbage. Now, can you explain to me how this... We have motive. They're talking about how they hate Trump. They need an insurance policy to stop him. We have law breaking in order to spy on the Trump administration and get illegal FISA warrants. We have them intentionally lying and misleading the FISA court in order to get this information. That's just one instance, by the way, of the FBI. Now, you're looking it up. I'm telling you, go ahead, whatever AI you're... by the way, I don't mind if you're using AI. Go ahead, type it in and say...
Google. I'm using the...
Okay,
whatever.
type in, were there illegal FISA warrants against the Trump campaign?
Let's see, were there illegal... Is it okay that I'm using Google? I just hope then.
Yeah, no, please. I'm not... Of course. I mean, it's... If using AI or search engines are good as long as you're not just parroting... You know, there's a difference. Looking up shit's different than... I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Yes. Okay, yes, there were explicitly invalid and legally unauthorized FISA warrants. When evaluating whether they were illegal, the highest authorities on the matter, the DOJ, have formally declared specific warrants to be invalid because they lacked legal justification. Okay. Nice. All right.
Okay, so can you name me another time in history where there were illegal FISA warrants obtained to spy on the president of the United States team?
I'm not aware of any.
Did Trump do that?
No, but he did other things that I think.
What did he do that remotely rises to that level? Weaponizing. Now, before we get there, I promise I'll leave you control the conversation for the next section. What do you think is considered the biggest political scandal in the United States in history? What's the one that everyone talks about? Like, if I asked you that, what would your response be?
Well, Watergate, I guess is what you're getting at.
Excellent. You're absolutely right. I think Watergate is. In fact, Watergate was so much we call everything something gate now. I actually have a penis gate situation myself with this other streamer. It's a deep story. But anyways, yeah,
Your
Watergate.
penis?
And yes, this streamer, Brian Shaprio, asked to see my penis. It's a big, crazy thing. Anyways, it's not good. We could both agree that guy sucks. Anyways,
I'm sorry to hear that.
yes, I also am sorry to hear that. Nonetheless, Watergate was basically two bumbling fools going through Nixon's opponent's hotel, right? That's what that was. Now imagine instead of that, if Nixon would have found the excuse to weaponize the entire FBI to legally be allowed to investigate every document from his opponent and then selectively releasing things to the press. That's what the FISA abuse was. That's the scale of it. It dwarfs Watergate by a long shot. In fact, in the Durham report, he says it's not even a problem of changing policies. The entire culture of the FBI was so bad that he doesn't even think making policy recommendations will have the desired effect, which, by the way, they have it, and we could get to what happened during the Biden administration to further show that. So I don't think you could point to anything remotely as bad as Trump literally weaponizing his entire FBI as his personal political investigative tool to be able to get access to the entire communications of his opponent while simultaneously leaking that information to the press. I don't think you're going to find anything that rises near to that level.
Sure, I can, and I will, because what you have pointed out, and I'll grant you, I didn't look up too much of what happened during the Obama era because I knew you had a debate about it, and I told myself, oh, I don't need to know that because that wasn't in the Biden administration. But guess where we are now? Oh, well. So what you're referring to, all of this illegal actions, that wasn't done on the behest of the president. What the real problem with Watergate was that Richard Nixon not only ordered this directly from the top, the buck stops with him. He ordered this spying to happen and then attempted to cover it up and then attempted to obstruct justice by firing, what was it, the Friday Night Massacre, what did they call it? What was it? I don't remember. But the obstruction of justice, I think, was the largest reason why he eventually had to step down.
I think you're incorrect in your assessment. Although you are correct about the potential cover-up, I've never heard anyone accuse Nixon of ordering the Watergate break-in.
He was very
I've never heard that.
You thought he was? No. Hold on.
I'm open. Hey, for real. I'm open to hearing that. I've never heard that. I heard it more as what happened was they broke in and then they came to Nixon and he was like, shit, what's going on here? Destroy these tapes. I didn't hear that he ordered the break-in.
Okay, he might not have ordered the break-in. The issue was the cover-up, though. I think I'm right on that, right?
Well, yes, that was the issue. What we see is actually far worse with the potential cover-ups with the FBI. In addition, Obama is involved, which we could get into.
No, Biden's not. Sorry, Obama's not involved because...
of course he is.
No, he's not because he, multiple actually read out because I actually asked specifically the question. No independent federal investigations has found that any U.S. president had direct legal responsibility, culpability, or involvement in approving the illegal or invalid FISA warrants. So
he didn't approve them. That's a specific question. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he ultimately was involved with the strategy. So according to files that Tulsi Gabbard's released here going back about 6 months from now, we can see this is what happened. First off, we know that there was a meeting where James Comey was in the White House with Joe Biden and with Barack Obama, where they basically said, yeah, Hillary's plan is to smear Trump as connected to Russia. And then they immediately started investigating Trump as connected to Russia. The evidence suggests Hillary...
Say that again?
We know, I think it was like May 30th or something like that. I could be wrong on the dates. That basically the FBI knew that it was a Hillary Clinton plan to smear Trump as connected to Russia. And so they had this meeting in the White House. And I'm trying to think who all was there. Obama was there. Joe Biden was there. There were other key members of their team that were there. And so there's strong evidence that they were made aware at that point. The Obama White House was made aware at that point. Then fast forward.
That meeting. I recommend everyone go watch the debate that Rob had with Destiny on this exact
matter.
Yes,
it was not close. You're right. I second that. Okay. I recommend everyone go watch that debate.
To litigate that, everyone go watch that debate. But for now,
right.
I wanted to talk about was
I'll finish real quick, just real quick. We can see then that the FBI, up until that point, and all of our intel was telling the Obama administration that actually it didn't look like Russia was interfering to help Trump. It looked like they were just meddling with the system. Obama calls for a new investigation. The night he calls for a new investigation, there are leaks from the intel community saying that it has now been confirmed by intel agencies that Russia was intervening to help Trump. Literally the day or the day after, I can't remember, that Obama demanded a new investigation. Lo and behold, the new investigation came out with flimsy evidence and suggested, yep, that's exactly what was happening. So yes, this occurred during the Obama administration.
No, he didn't.
What's that?
He didn't order a new investigation.
Yes, he did. He ordered a new assessment.
Yeah, he ordered an assessment, not a new assessment.
Yes, a new assessment. Was there a previous assessment? Was there a previous assessment?
It was a long while ago before they had.
Okay. Well, was there a previous? Let's go through the steps. Was there a previous assessment?
There was. I don't remember when it was, but it was a long while.
So there was a previous assessment. Obama ordered an assessment, and you take umbrage with the word "new." You're like, oh, it wasn't a new assessment, yet we had a previous assessment.
Because you're comparing it
and
to
you
the
acknowledge
thing
Obama orders an assessment.
You're comparing it to the thing he had earlier that day. The thing he had earlier that day was a presidential daily briefing.
Yes, and he had been receiving presidential daily briefings from the intel
presidential daily
community.
briefing had nothing to do with the motive.
That is not true. That's
true.
not true. Again, you're trying to. Now I get it. You're just copying Destiny lines? I got it. Yes, we can go through this debate again. All right. So here's what my opponent, Tammy, here, want you to believe. Obama sits down. All right, everyone, tell me what you figured out about the Russia hacking and everything. Well, nothing's really changed about motivations or anything. We think they're monkeying with the whole system to screw us over. But here's the exact things that we think they did. Now, because that wasn't called an official intelligence assessment, and the original assessment they just kept agreeing with, which didn't say that they were intervening to help Trump, and the day of the meeting where Obama orders a new one, they weren't saying, yeah, they interviewed to help Trump. Obama orders a new one, and just coincidentally, there immediately leaks from the intel agencies to the New York Times that day or the next day saying, yep, Russia did it to help Trump. And your argument is, well, he was just getting daily briefings. And in those daily briefings, even though they were talking about Russia intervening, it just slipped their mind. They knew that Russia had intervened to help Trump. It just constantly slipped their mind, and they never told Trump that. I reject that. I think that's stupid, and most people could see that the overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that that's ludicrous.
Well,
Never once did they suggest that Russia intervened to help Trump until Obama ordered a new assessment, and then the next day there were leaks to the press saying, yep, guess what? The new assessment's going to say that Russia did this to help Trump. Meanwhile, the evidence on that is incredibly flimsy, and it comes directly from John Brennan, who was more involved in this case than any CIA directors were in cases like this in the past. All of it stemming, by the way, from illegal or happening at the same time that we see illegal FISA warrants to investigate Trump, etc. That was fought tooth and nail by Here's another thing. Democrats the entire time, now you're acknowledging that the FISA warrants were illegal. You are aware that Democrats fought tooth and nail to prevent this information from being released. Remember when Devin Nunes put out his memo and they were like, oh, that was Russia bots. Don't release the memo. It's terrible. It'll jeopardize. You were talking about cover-ups? Why were the Democrats so gung-ho to cover this up?
I don't even know who Devin Nunes is. All I can tell you is that
he's a Republican congressman.
Okay, sorry. I'm young. I don't know these people.
29? You're calling yourself young? Nah, that's young. You're young until you got a 3 in front of your name.
Okay.
So.
Listen,
okay.
I don't live in 2016, so I'm young by comparison, apparently. So all I can tell you is that as flabbergasted as you are, there's really nothing to it. It's all in the Durham report. You can go watch the debate where they hash it out for, I think it was 3 hours. Goodness, I watched it in times 2 speed. It still took forever. But the point is that there was one assessment done way before there was any information available to be able to make a motive assessment. Then a presidential daily briefing came, which was just meant to evaluate the capacity of the Russians to affect the elections, not an in-depth assessment onto the motives. So when Obama then requested a full assessment, then motives were requested, at which point the assessment came with the motives, which were to help Donald Trump. You can read about it in all the reports, the one made by the Senate, the one made discussing the whole thing by Durham. The only place where it might say anything different is the House report, but it's definitely the worst of the bunch. That's all I'm going to say. Now, I actually want to talk about Trump in this.
Oh, wait, can I just put a bow on this? Hey, everyone, you can go watch my debate and go watch Tulsi Gabbard's report that disputes all this, and her report's the best, and their reports are wrong. There. Instead of us debating it, we'll just point people to go read other stuff. Great. Okay, you can't debate it. Got it. Now, what did you want to talk about?
About Trump in this Trump versus Biden debate.
Right. Okay. What was it specifically? Now, go ahead. You specifically have something that's akin or in your matters worse than the FBI saying we want an insurance policy to stop Trump and then getting illegal FISA warrants to spy on them. You have something worse than that. Go ahead.
Yes, we have the president literally directing his attorney general to prosecuting his political enemies. We have it in his own words. We have the orders that he's giving to go after. We have him instructing what lawyer to use. We don't have
against who? Against who?
Let's see. I believe it was Letitia James, James Comey, and who was the third one? Do you remember who was the third one?
No. Go ahead. Tell me.
Okay, hold on. Trump,
Jack Smith, maybe?
Truth, so maybe social. James Comey, Letitia James, Comey, and Pam Bondi. Let's just put that into the search as well. Okay, the text was Adam Schiff. That was the third one. Okay.
Did they break the law?
I don't think they. Did they break the law? I'm not aware if they broke the law, but it's definitely.
Is there enough evidence to start an investigation legally?
For sure.
There is. Okay, so your problem is that there is evidence that crosses the legal threshold to start a criminal investigation into these people, but you're just mad that Trump said, yeah, we should do that?
Wait, are we talking to these people or to Donald Trump?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, to these people. Did it cross the threshold that we could have legally that the DOJ or the FBI could investigate these people?
Considering that the charges didn't even survive, the grand jury indictment phase for some of these people, then I'd say no, there wasn't enough information.
Can you point to me the law that says, or the guidance that says, if a indictment doesn't survive a grand jury, or if an investigation doesn't survive a grand jury indictment, then it was an illegal or improper investigation? Can you point to that?
I mean, you didn't need to point to a law when it came to Obama and his daily briefings. I thought we were just talking about...
No. We were starting from there were illegal FISA warrants.
Yeah, but...
And that there was... That's where we were starting. Like, already, the idea that I even have to tie Obama to it to impugn the Democrats is laughable. We had FBI agents motivated by politics wanting an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump, illegally spying on the Trump administration, that evidence being utilized by Democrats for damn near 4 years and their allies in the media. And you're like, yeah, but was there a direct order from Joe Biden or Barack Obama? So anyways, getting to this, if there was, if the bar, I was told over and over with the investigations into Trump that the bar for starting an investigation is very low and no one's above the law, correct?
The bar for starting an investigation is very well. The bar for starting you can start an investigation, but ideally you want to bring charges once you feel you have enough to get a conviction, right?
I suppose, no, not necessarily.
Oh, no.
Ideally, I mean, ideally, if you investigate someone, you're hoping they didn't commit the crime that you suspect them of. So for example, if you investigated me for mistreatment of my dog and the investigation found actually Rob didn't mistreat his dog, you'd say, oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, right?
So if you're bringing charges to someone who you feel confident didn't actually do anything wrong, would you say that's an improper use of your office?
Yes. I don't think that's what occurred. I think absolutely... Okay, explain. You don't think that they thought, for example, Letitia James misled people on her mortgage applications?
No, I don't think so.
I think they did. I think she did exactly what she accused Trump of. And I think that's completely fair and just. If we, for the first time in history, decided that we were going to criminally investigate a former president, which is what happened, in a litany of cases, some of them which were laughable, such as the Letitia James mortgage case, it's just laughable. A bank that was happy with the arrangement And they ended up finding Trump $500 million when Letitia James said that his big crime was overvaluing Mar-a-Lago, and she couldn't even give a value of what it was. And then yet she herself filed mortgage paperwork that was improper. Why shouldn't she be investigated for that?
I just think
that seems completely fair. Do you think you want to live in a country where law enforcement officials get to go after you for things that they themselves have done and that they should be beyond the law? They're not allowed to be investigated?
I think they are allowed to be investigated. I just think that this is lawful.
There you go.
Because I don't believe that they actually believe that these charges hold any water.
Of course they believe the charges occurred. Define lawfare. Define lawfare.
Sure, abusing the legal system to go after your enemies, I guess, would be
Okay, do you think that let me define it in a way that is maybe a little less vague. You could disagree with this if you want.
Sure.
Right? In investigating someone in large part because of their politics.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that. That's 100% what happened.
Do you think wait. Do you think that's what Democrats did to Trump?
Nope.
You don't?
No.
You don't think Letitia James went after, if Trump wouldn't have been a Republican, if he wouldn't have been president, if he wouldn't be running again, you think Letitia James would have still went after him?
Yes.
Do you think that E. Jean Carroll would have still went after Trump?
Well, I'm sure if he had ran as a Democrat, she still would have, yeah.
Do you think that Alvin Bragg would have went after Trump?
Yes. And I can justify it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would one way to be able to look at that is to point to analogous people that broke the law and charges weren't filed against them? Is that one way? Or to the opposite, if we look and say, look, here's an analogous person to Trump. They were charged. They were a Democrat or they were non-political. That would sort of prove your point, right?
Probably. I suppose so.
Okay, so let's look in a vacuum at the Alvin Bragg case. Now, the Alvin Bragg case, they rewrote the law to get past the statute of limitations. And to do so, they concocted a legal theory that's never been used before or since. And that legal theory was basically this. It's been a little bit since I've looked into this. By the way, this occurred during the Biden administration by Democrats. So I assume you researched it. They said that Donald Trump broke a law by falsifying documents in order to affect an election, committing a second underlying crime or a third underlying crime, which could include tax fraud, falsifying documents, and something else. Now, the tax fraud portion of this, which was, by the way, they never instructed the jury as to what that third underlying law was that was necessary. The tax fraud was because the way that they filed this under taxes, Trump paid, are you ready for this? More in taxes than he elsewise would have paid. But nonetheless, that was the general legal theory. So you think that's perfectly fine, that Bragg, who, by the way, had at least in part campaigned on, of course, if Trump committed crimes, I'll go after him. You don't think Trump, being Trump, had anything to do with why Bragg was looking into him?
I think this is unfalsifiable. What the problem is that you're talking about a novel legal theory, and you're saying, wow, look at that, this corruption that's happening because he's interpreting the law different, and still a judge, by the way, found him guilty. My ad.
The judge didn't find him guilty.
The jury found him guilty. The judge allowed the lawyers to prosecute the case. However, the point I'm getting at is to show why there's actually a double standard in the way you're interpreting this, is because when Trump was undergoing all these legal troubles, they at least got to the point where they were investigating this in court. We heard for so long, wow, you can indict a ham sandwich by a grand jury. And now we can't even get that under the Trump administration. Why can't they indict a ham sandwich?
Because many of these indictments are coming in D.C., where the voting base is 93% Democrat. Look, I don't care about your. I don't care about your
D.C., New York.
I can't
practice law there. Apparently,
I don't care. I don't care about your feigning ignorance. Oh well, if they're found guilty, they must be guilty, and there's no bias jury. I don't care about that. I care about the red herring that you just instituted there. The red herring was that the problem is Trump going after people wanting investigations, political investigations. That was your argument. We're talking about Alvin Bragg, and you're making the claim. You say it's non-falsifiable. I mean, this is laughable. The same criteria, then, I'll approach this with two arguments, right? Number one, okay, Trump's not targeting people for politics. There, it's non-falsifiable. Okay, debate over?
But I can give you examples of him doing it.
No, you can't. You could say he
You
pointed
can't
to
give
those
me-
people because it had nothing to do with politics when he was saying go after Letitia. Nothing. He just saw someone that he truly believed broke the law. That's it. Nothing to do with her political station at all.
I'm just a bit flabbergasted at how we could possibly.
I'm also flabbergasted how you would think that's not the case with the investigations into Trump, where they created novel legal theories. So it's amazing to me how you pretend you watched it. You admitted you were into politics after 2020. You watched it. You were probably cheering on those investigations into Trump.
disagree with the legal theory?
Yes, I disagree with the legal theory, and more importantly, I disagree that it wasn't politically motivated. Everybody know it was. And so for you to sit here and pretend, I don't think politics had anything to do with Alvin Bragg or Letitia James or Fannie Willis or Jack Smith or the E. John Carroll. It's laughable. And you know it is, because as soon as we go to Trump, if I say, I don't think politics had anything to do with Trump saying we should investigate James Comey, you're like, that's ridiculous. That's how ridiculous you sound when you say that these investigations, for example, the Alvin Bragg case, he was investigating what was tantamount to election campaign finance misbehavior, correct?
Alvin
By the way,
Bragg-
can you explain? But let's give you a chance. Go ahead. You know these weren't politically motivated. Can you explain what the Alvin Bragg case was? Go ahead.
Yeah, so this was the New York case involving payments made to Stormy Daniels. So he illegally used campaign funds in order to fund the hush money that he gave to her.
That's not what happened. It's the exact opposite. He was supposed to use campaign funds, but he didn't. Instead, he got money from his lawyer at the time, Michael Cohen, right? And Cohen did not write that down as a campaign donation. So he over-donated. Trump filed that as legal expense as opposed to campaign expense. That's why he was charged, because they said that was actually a campaign expenditure as opposed to paying an attorney.
Okay. Do you disagree that he did that?
It seems he did.
Okay, that's a crime.
Okay, your argument is it wasn't politically motivated.
But do you just agree that he did it?
That doesn't matter. It still could be politically motivated to investigate. For example, if Trump decides to break down Obama's door today because he sees video of him jaywalking, would it be sufficient to say, but did he jaywalk? You would say, okay, maybe, but that's still political targeting, right?
It'll be at least slightly more defensible than if he was breaking down a door and he didn't even jaywalk. Surely.
Okay, so just to be clear, if James Comey ends up getting convicted, you'll take away your accusation that the investigation into him was political. You'd say, oh, he was convicted.
If he gets convicted, I at least I wouldn't have that arrow in my quiver, but for now,
No, forget arrow and quiver. That's interesting the way you phrase it. You would say it wasn't politically targeted then.
I would argue that it's still politically targeted, but
is there a problem? Is there a problem with political targeting?
Is there a problem with politically targeted?
Yeah. It seemed to be that was your accusation against Trump. It seemed that was it.
The problem
it was that he was targeting opponents with political investigation.
Maybe you can agree with me on this. The problem with political targeting is either letting go of criminals who are on your side or targeting people who are not on your side who are not criminals. Do we agree that's the problem with political targeting?
No, I don't.
That's the issue
right.
With it.
Okay, let me explain the issue. Let's say that there's a lot, but I don't know what state you're in, and I'm not trying to out you. I'm in Pennsylvania. So there's a law in the books called disorderly conduct. Now, the way disorderly conduct's written in Pennsylvania, basically everyone's guilty of it all the time. It's literally written, it's like anything that could be considered like a public nuisance to the public at large. So you could be disorderly conduct because you were listening to, Journey too loud in your radio when that's disorderly conduct, right? You're yelling a little at your dog or your kid. That's unappealing to the ear. That's disorderly conduct. What would be bad is if we have a sheriff or something that's like, I'm just going to target black people for disorderly conduct.
Of course.
Legally, it meets the threshold. Oh, see, the way the law is written, technically, but you would say, well, there's a problem with that. Because even though legally they all committed it, we would say, no, you're not allowed to specifically target. It's the specific targeting. And there's tons of laws like this on the books. For example, FARA violations. That's a law in the books that's almost never applied unless it's Trump and his team. So they applied it to Paul Manafort. They charged him with FARA violations. Or the intentional investigating people and then turning the screws on them, trying to make them make a misstatement so that you could get them for lying to law enforcement. That's a tool that was utilized routinely against the Trump administration, right? So the idea is not just, well, if they're found guilty, then it must be okay. What I'm telling you is, go ahead.
Is your claim then that there are people committing the same crimes that Trump is committing all the time, and where people are just not going after them? Do you have examples of that?
Yes, that is true, but that's not exclusively what I'm saying. That's part of what I'm saying.
I'm not clear on what you're saying.
I'm also saying I don't have to prove that the motivations in investigating Trump for these things were political. They went after him for political reasons to try to affect his ability to run in an election. That's what they did.
Based on what, though, if you don't have examples?
Because it is self-evident that he was being targeted for crime. All right. I'll continue to engage in this charade of you pretending to not understand that this was politically motivated. Are you aware of the fact that Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon?
I am aware of that, yes.
Why? Why did he pardon Nixon? Nixon broke the law, right?
Yeah, I believe his motive, the stated thing that he said was that it'll be better for the country to not have to go through the trial of a president or something like that, right?
Do you think that was a noble? Do you think he had a point?
I can see his thinking. In retrospect, I think he should have let the trial happen.
Oh, of course you're going to say that in retrospect. In retrospect, we should leave the trial of James Comey and company in. But the point is, we basically understood in the United States for many, many years that once you started and broke the glass on trying to prosecute your political opponent, particularly at the highest level of president, that was going to sort of be, a can of worms that you couldn't put back in the can. That once you start down that road, that's it. And they decided they were going to start down that road with Trump. And they made novel legal theories to go after Trump. And they got FISA warrants to spy on Trump because allegedly his campaign had committed these crimes. By the way, was anyone ever charged? For 4 years, we heard about Trump-Russia collusion. Was anyone ever charged with illegally colluding with Russia?
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Curious.
Paul Manafort.
Show me. What was the charge that he was charged with illegally colluding with Russians? Go ahead. To affect the 2026 or 2016 election. As you're typing, you heard what I said there. To affect the 2016 election.
I was
right?
Typing.
That was the accusation. That's the accusation. The accusation was that Trump's team colluded with Russia to affect the 2016 election. Correct? Why can't you answer?
Because I'm reading. I'm sorry.
Because you're going to post hoc. You're going to post hoc say. Your argument is the argument the Democrats are making. Let me finish. Answer this and then read. The argument that the Democrats were making was that Trump's team colluded with Russians to affect the 2016 election. Correct?
Sorry,
all right, man. Hey, thanks so much for calling in. We're going to have to let you go if you're unwilling to engage in the conversation.
I'm not
interested. I'm going to stop typing for a minute and just answer the question.
I'm listening.
This is the 5th time I've asked it. The Democrats' argument was that the Trump team had illegally colluded with Russians in some way to affect the 2016 election.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, who was convicted of that?
Well, I was about to look it up, but I believe that Paul Manafort, and I believe, what was his name with that looks like the penguin? What's his name? Oh, geez. Oh, I'm forgetting. Oh, he was the guy with the goofy glasses. Okay, I'm forgetting it. I can look it up. Am I allowed to look it up now?
Yeah. Look away.
Okay. All right. Relating to the Russia investigation, what convictions occurred?
Now, spoiler alert, just for the audience, no one was arrested or charged with any crime working with Russians to affect the 2016 election.
All right, so the federal Russia investigation led by Special Counsel Robert Mueller resulted in criminal charges against 34 individuals and 3 companies, securing 8 convictions. So the first one that comes up is Paul Manafort, convicted at trial of 8 financial crimes and later pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud the United States and witness tampering.
Okay, what were those crimes to affect the 2016 election with Russia?
I should elaborate on Paul Manafort.
By the way, you told me you were using Google?
Yeah, this is the one that, yeah.
The AI on Google?
Yeah. Okay. You search on Google.
Okay, I don't care. I said, are you using AI? You said, no, I'm using Google.
No, I said I did. I asked.
Okay. I don't care that you are. I just... I could tell there the way you're phrasing this that it wasn't just a simple search engine. But that's fine.
I asked to start if that's okay.
I'm not mad about it. I just.
All right. Okay. Elaborate on the Paul Manafort charges relating to 2016 election. There. That's the question we want answered.
Was anyone charged with colluding with Russians in order to affect the 2016 election?
Okay, here we go. So this is what you're getting at. So Paul Manafort was never criminally charged with conspiring with the Russian government to rig the election. Instead, the specific criminal charges he faced stemmed from his covert financial dealings and his active coordination with foreign actors during the election season. And his active coordination with foreign actors during the election season surfaced primarily through his cooperation requirements and subsequent intelligence reports. Okay.
Right. So the answer was no. We could take Robert Mueller's own words. He explicitly says in the Mueller report, quote, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. They got Manafort for like a bunch of financial shit, FARA violations and shit from 2012. He was working with Hillary's campaign manager, the Podesta group. He was working with that group who isn't listed in the Mueller report as committing the same crimes. They were allowed to retroactively file paperwork. Manafort wasn't. Now, Manafort did some other financial things on top of it. That was the FARA charge. And basically what it was Manafort was getting paid by foreign lobbyists, in this case, Yanukovych, the president of Ukraine, right? And he was involved in these business deals, etc. None of it had to do with affecting the 2016 election or conspiring with the Russian government. Mueller outright says it. So, again, your misreading of what happened, they had an excuse. We're going to show me the person and I'll find the crime. That's what they did. We'll say, colluding with Russians to affect the election. Weren't able to prove any of that. But boy, they got a lot of people for a bunch of bullshit that was unconnected. Like, you misremembered a date. That means you lied to the FBI. And all kinds of other shit like that. I could go through the list with Papadopoulos, with Carter Page, with Michael Flynn. That's what they did.
You're certainly underplaying it a fair bit, though, because there was witness tampering. There was a lot of pressure for them to not reveal information, so much so that they were, charged with just that element of not cooperating.
What's going on is this. The FBI getting paid or using information paid for by Hillary. Many people saying that they wanted an insurance policy. We now know, for example, that James Comey was intentionally leaking stuff through his subordinate to the New York Times. This was true of McCabe as well and a bunch of other people. They smear Trump. Trump's team then fighting back. Don't cooperate, don't do this, etc. Now, what he was targeted for politics. That's why Trump was targeted. And then when he fights back, they're like, well, you didn't commit the underlying crime, but you protested that we were investigating you. Therefore, that's obstruction. Okay? Why isn't turnabout fair play? The point I was trying to make there is quite simply, they were accused of this. It didn't occur. You misremembered or thought something. I don't blame you for thinking this because Democrats have tried to beat this in the head, and it turns out none of this was the case. They got illegal FISA warrants accusing Trump's team of these crimes, which never occurred. Definitively, did not occur.
By the time of the Robert Mueller investigation, they weren't basing their investigation off of the Steele dossier or the Clinton, any information from the Clinton.
Okay, what were they basing it on? Go ahead.
Well, by this point, you had, because this was after the request from Obama to have these multi-agency write-ups on everything that they know. They had a lot more information than just that at that point. They had everything.
Like what? Like what? Give me the evidence that Mueller was looking at.
The Durham report is full of all the information that they had since then. Like you don't need.
No. So you don't even have the central facts of this. Here's what happened, right? Comey's FBI was investigating Trump-Russia collusion. Trump was repeatedly begging Comey because this was being utilized as Trump's coming in. He's a novice to politics. He's coming in, trying to hit the ground running, and this is the big albatross around his neck right out of the gate. Russia conspired to help you. You worked with Russia. Your team worked with Russia. And there's interviews where Trump's like talking to Comey. He's like, "Oh man, if that guy on my team did this, yeah, I mean, throw him in jail." But can you tell the public that you are not investigating me? I didn't do anything. And Comey's like, because Comey's telling him, "Oh, we're not looking into you. We're not." And Comey was like, "Nah, I can't tell the public that." And so Trump's getting frustrated because he feels like, why is this a political story against me? I did nothing wrong. For the first time in history, we're publicly investigating right as soon as an administration comes in, the president of the United States and his entire team for a crime that didn't occur, right? That was based on opposition research from my opponent that was never verified. And so eventually he goes to Rod Rosenstein, and Rosenstein writes a memo suggesting firing James Comey. And so Trump takes that memo and says, okay, now I'm firing James Comey. And Rosenstein immediately turns around and goes, well, I don't like that. We need to appoint a special counselor. And so they pick Comey's mentor, Bob Mueller, who, by the way, by the time we saw testify, much like Joe Biden, had dementia and had no fucking clue what he was doing when he testified. And what did Mueller's team do? Well, he hired like 17 people on the team that all were rabid Democrats and vitriolic anti-Trump people, up to and including people like Peter Strzok that were talking about insurance policies to stop Trump. And I believe one of the attorneys actually had been an attorney for the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation. That's the team that was built. They were unable to come up with any convictions whatsoever that Trump's team illegally conspired or coordinated with Russians to affect the 2016 election. Now, ironically, we do know. Do you think that's a big deal, working with suspected Russians to affect the election?
Sure. Okay.
Do you know that there actually was a campaign that was conspiring with Russians to affect the election?
The Trump campaign.
No, they didn't.
Tell me.
It was the Hillary campaign, whose primary subsource was Igor Dushenko, who was suspected of being a Russian spy at one point and investigated by the FBI. So Hillary's team was actively working with someone that they knew had been investigated as a Russian spy, getting disinformation from that person, feeding that disinformation to the FBI. The FBI knew that that was coming from the Hillary team and used that as the impetus to get FISA warrants illegally to spy on Trump's team. I can't think of a bigger scandal involving corruption. And your argument is, yeah, but I don't like, and then we could go to the litany. That was just investigation one. They've been investigating Trump the entire time that he's been in politics. And your argument is, well, when Trump finally turns around and says, okay, I want to investigate the people that were corruptly investigating me, you're like, whoa, that's political. You can't do that. So you said that you would deem it political. Do you think there should have been a wide-ranging investigation into Hillary's team for colluding with a suspected Russian spy, Igor Dushenko?
I have no concerns with the way that the FBI conducted itself. So if they deemed it necessary, then they should. And if they didn't deem it necessary, then they don't. I trust their judgment on that.
So my argument is, I think the FBI was corrupt and in the bag for Hillary. And your response to that is, I just trust the FBI, so whatever they do, I'm fine with. Okay, I trust the FBI under Trump now and the DOJ under Trump. So I don't think there's any wrongdoing.
So I will...
Do you trust the FBI now?
Do I trust the FBI now? Significantly less.
Why?
Because now the people who have been appointed to head the FBI are people who are basically collaborating like hand in glove with Donald Trump. So I don't trust that there's an actual independence between what Trump wants.
Eric Holder famously, when he was the head of the DOJ, called himself Barack Obama's wingman. What was her name? Loretta Lynch, then, that was the attorney general, was meeting in private with James Comey while Comey was investigating Hillary Clinton. We only know about that because a local journalist happened to be on the tarmac and saw them getting in a plane to discuss this.
But
there's whistleblowers, let me finish, there's whistleblowers from the FBI that said that basically Loretta Lynch told James Comey, if you even try to prosecute, because the FBI wasn't the ones that would prosecute. They could only recommend that the DOJ do it, which was Loretta Lynch under Barack Obama. And the whistleblowers said that basically they were like, yeah, we all knew that Loretta Lynch was like, you might as well not recommend prosecution because we're not going to do it. So tell me again, Peter Strzok at the FBI was talking about, and he said he could smell Trump supporters at Walmart and that they were going to save the country and have an insurance policy to stop Donald Trump. Can you show me one comment of anyone in the Trump FBI or DOJ making comments like that?
So you bring up Eric Holder, and sorry if I'm not immediately responding to the question you just asked.
That's perfectly reasonable. I get it.
so you bring up Eric Holder saying that he's Obama's wingman as your example to say, wow, look at how much direct control Obama is exerting over the FBI. Meanwhile, you have Kash Patel doing loyalty tests to members of his FBI in order to verify how they're sufficiently loyal to the Trump administration. Like, how is this at all comparable? I don't understand. And I will 100% admit that all the details regarding Crossfire, Hurricane, and the Mueller investigation, I could certainly stand to brush up more on that, but there is absolutely no reason to, there's just no bearing to saying that the investigation was based off of information from the Clinton campaign. It wasn't, not by that point. By that point, they had so much.
What was it? Okay, you make the claim. Show me some of the information they were looking at that's suggesting Trump's team had illegally conspired or colluded with Russians. Go ahead. What's some of the evidence? You said there was a bunch of other stuff. Let's hear
information from the Australians by that point.
Okay, so what this was let's go into it. Right. What we saw was there was this guy, George Papadopoulos, that was a low-level person at the Trump administration, very low-level person, right? Here's the allegations. He met this Maltese professor named Joseph Mifsud in Europe. Now, Mifsud, all of his friends assumed was Western intelligence. He worked at a bunch of universities that had connections to like MI6 and Italian intelligence. But no, now we're told by the FBI he was a secret Russian agent, right? Mifsud apparently tells Papadopoulos, I want you to talk to this Russian guy. They got some information on Hillary. So Papadopoulos goes and talks to this Russian guy, and the Russian guy's like, yeah, we got some sort of dirt, right? Okay. Papadopoulos goes back to the Trump team and is like, hey, maybe we could work out, like, hearing out from people that are in Russia that there's shady stuff that Hillary's team did. And they're like, no, don't do that. Then months later, Papadopoulos is drunk at a bar in Australia, and there's this Australian diplomat named Alexander Downer, who is at one point investigated for illegally funding money to the Clinton Foundation. Now, he was left off the hook with that, but it shows you his relationship with the Clintons. Supposedly, Papadopoulos says to him, I talked to a Russian and they have dirt on Hillary. That's it. That's the story. That was okay, there's your evidence.
That was the trigger.
A low-level Trump employee was supposedly said to an Australian diplomat, I heard Russians have dirt on Hillary. Now explain to me why that justifies a massive 3-year plus investigation into Trump's team for colluding with Russians?
Well, it's justification to look into a claim. And then, as you
I totally agree. You're absolutely right. The tools that were utilized were too much, though. Same with looking into Comey. Same with looking into Letitia James. All we're talking about is looking into claims. Trump has every right, like anyone else, to say, hey, look into this. What's wrong with that?
As you look into the claim, there is more and more reason to escalate the investigation until it got to the scale that was.
Okay, give me the example. What was
Trump
it?
Tower meeting. There.
Trump Tower. Okay, right, Trump Tower. What happened at Trump Tower? Alpha Bank? You're talking about the Alpha Bank pings? That's widely known to be the biggest debunked conspiracy. It was actually fed by, again, people with Hillary's team. Fed this story that was total bullshit. They actually criminally investigated one of the guys for it. But you go ahead, tell me your version of what happened at Trump Tower.
To my recollection, which again is not perfect because I don't live in 2016.
Oh, there's another incident. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To my recollection, there were several senior Trump campaign officials. I think Manafort was one of them, and I think Donald Trump Jr. was another one of them, who met up with some Russians who claimed to have dirt on Hillary Clinton. Like, I believe that was explicit. Like, they knew that they were there to meet Russians who claimed that they can provide them with, materials to help them in the election.
Okay, now you think that's reason enough to justify this hugely expansive investigation?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be clear, your standard would be if we have a campaign that is actively trying to get dirt on their opponents from a hostile foreign nation like Russia. Okay. Yes. You are aware that did any dirt come from Don Jr.'s meeting with this Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya? Was there any dirt that came?
From that specific meeting, no. I believe that they left empty-handed.
Okay, so they didn't get any dirt from them. Now, just to go on this a little, Veselnitskaya was left into the country by who?
Say that again?
Veselnitskaya was left into the country by who? Which president? Barack Obama. Okay, who was her attorney that she met with the day before and after the Trump Tower meeting?
I don't know.
I believe it was Mark Elias from Fusion GPS, the very same law firm that was concocting the Steele dossier. So this Russian lawyer that didn't have any dirt to peddle, literally is meeting with Hillary's attorney the day before the meeting, Hillary's attorney the day after the meeting, right? She goes in and starts going, Magnitsky Act. I want to talk about the Magnitsky Act. And within 15 minutes, they're like, yeah, we're out. This is nothing. Should it be a crime or something to be investigated to just hear out someone if they have dirt?
Wait, I'm not sure if I followed the conspiracy board correctly. So you're saying that
conspiracy board? It's a nice term.
So is your implication that the Clinton campaign set up the meeting? Is that what you're saying?
I would say that there is circumstantial evidence that suggests, if not Clinton herself, that her law firm that she was utilizing did.
Okay.
What are the chances that this woman was connected to the very team that would then use it as the argument? But even if you don't accept it, so what? No dirt. My question is specifically, I run for president tomorrow. Some lady contacts me and says, listen, Rob, you're running against Don Jr., and let me tell you, you would not believe the accusations of what he got up to in Russia. I'd like to come talk to you about it. If I say yes, is that reason to investigate me?
Well, so if you're going to be meeting with a foreign adversary, I'd say it's at least worth looking at.
A lawyer that happens to have the nationality of a foreign adversarial country.
Yeah. I think
okay, do you think this could be a situation that would occur there? She tells me Don Jr. broke the law, X, Y, and Z. I say, I want you to come with me right now to the FBI. We're turning him in. Did I commit a crime?
Well, it's worth investigating. I don't know if you commit a crime. Someone just accuses that you have a crime, unless I didn't follow the scenario correctly.
What if I get the dirt on my opponent and then send it to the FBI and law enforcement?
I'm not sure. I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, fine. So your argument is, despite all of this, even if I could have cooperated with law enforcement, still is reason for an investigation because coordinating with a Russian national affecting the election warrants these investigations.
Maybe if you reported ahead of time, I just don't know. If you go to the meeting first and then report.
But that's your general argument, that the idea of meeting with a Russian national to get dirt in your opponent, that itself is reason enough for an investigation.
Yeah, into possible election interference by an adversary to the U.S., for sure.
Why didn't the FBI investigate Hillary's team for actually, unlike attempting to get dirt, actually getting dirt, which then ended up being misinformation, which was then utilized by the FBI to get illegal FISA warrants? Why didn't they investigate Hillary's team for colluding with a Russian national?
Are you talking about the Steele dossier now? I'm not sure.
What's the difference? You set out a principle and said, this principle, I asked you, what was the big deal that beyond the Steele dossier that they investigated Trump for 3.5 years? And you were like, Trump Tower meeting. So we got to your principle on it. Well, the principle of that is because if you're even talking with the Russian, even if you don't get dirt, that's reason enough for the investigation. That's what you would want. Okay, well, we know that Hillary's team was colluding with a suspected Russian spy that actually did affect the 2016 election and then the Trump administration, unlike anything that Trump's team was found to have done. Why didn't they investigate her?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the FBI was very well aware of everything involving the Steele dossier, so I'm not sure.
But that's a different question than investigating, isn't it?
How do you wait?
You just said I'm
pretty sure they did.
No. They investigate. They eventually, after getting a FISA warrant twice against Trump, they eventually talked to Igor Dushenko. But that's a different question than utilize. So in other words, what we have is you just said, even if me was trying to get that information and then go to the FBI, they still should investigate me. That's what you said. But with Hillary's team, because they utilized their collusion in order to get information to the FBI to investigate Trump, you understand what happened was this. The Democrats encouraged the FBI to investigate Trump for the very thing that they were doing. Hillary's team was actively colluding with the suspected Russian spy to get dirt on their opponents to influence the election, and they successfully got the FBI to criminally investigate Trump's team for the crime that they themselves had committed.
So
and the FBI knew it and went along with it.
I mean, it hinges entirely on how big of the air quotes around suspected Russian spy are. Like, this guy who apparently was a lawyer. I don't know if there's reason to suspect that he was a Russian spy. If there's reason to suspect that Hillary knew he was a Russian spy or whatever, then yeah, they should investigate for sure. The difference is that the Trump campaign...
Wait. Igor Dushenko was born in Russia. He's Russian. Now you just said what Veselnitskaya was just a lawyer who was Russian. You said yes, talking to a Russian national. That was reason enough to investigate. Igor Dushenko was Russian. He, unlike Veselnitskaya, was actually at one point investigated by the FBI for being a spy.
Weren't the people who...
He left the country, so the investigation stopped, and then later came back.
Okay. Weren't the people who were meeting the Trump campaign staff, weren't they fully aware that they were a part of the Russian government?
No. In fact, she wasn't.
No?
And, was Veselnitskaya part of the Russian government?
Wasn't it a Russian government attorney?
It was an attorney. I don't know that she was a Russian... I don't know that she was a Russian government attorney. It's clear to everyone watching that the standards that you're implicating here, and it should impugn everything you're saying about corruption, are laughably two-tiered, right? You literally just gave the rationale for, oh my goodness, they should have investigated Hillary, but your argument is, well, I just trust the FBI. So if they didn't, I'm okay with it.
I'm going to trust the FBI until you give me a good reason not to. So far,
I just did. I just gave you a litany. One of the ways I would say, when we see that the thing they were investigating Trump, that they got illegal FISA warrants to investigate Trump, that should already speak to their trustworthiness. Then when you see their actions both before and after, that they clearly hated Trump at the top leadership, that should speak to it. When they're talking about insurance policies to stop Trump from winning, that should speak to it. And when they know that it's opposition research that's like hinging on most of this from his opponent, who's actually coordinating with a Russian, that would also seem to be evidence. Your argument is, I trust them unless you give evidence, and when you give evidence, I don't accept it because I trust them.
Because the evidence that you've presented me is we've been presented with two cases. There's the Trump case and the Hillary case. In the Hillary case, that they've talked to someone who is born in Russia.
And suspected of being a spy for Russia.
Was he? I guess.
I don't know. Was Veselnitskaya?
All right.
No, she wasn't.
So someone who, according to Rob, was suspected of being a Russian spy. I don't know the details on it. I don't know how big of a suspicion that was.
Why would it matter? What level, how big of a Russian do you have to be to justify the investigation?
Because there's a difference between suspicious to the FBI and suspicious to someone who's very motivated to win a debate like you.
No, I think, yes, I've not talked about using my position to keep an insurance policy to lawfully prevent someone from gaining the presidency. I haven't. The FBI has done that.
And then by comparison,
when it came to this case,
you have the Trump story where this person who they were told this was a Russian government attorney. I just checked it. That was the case. They knew it was a Russian government attorney. And they knew that they were going to receive this guy's support. And Donald Trump Jr. replied, if it's what you say, I love it, especially later in the summer. That was the famous, line that he sent by email. He knew all this. He read all this. He knew what he was getting involved with. That's not comparable.
It is beyond comparable. She was never investigated as a Russian spy. Here's Igor Dushenko. FBI opened a case in 2019 at Dushenko, approached by two Brookings Institute associates, offering that they could make a little extra money if they had government jobs with access to information. That's what Dushenko did. Full investigation, it became a full counterintelligence FBI. Dushenko's prior contacts in 2005-2016 with Russian intelligence officers, including involvement in transmitting Russian documents at the request of Russian intelligence officers. The investigation was closed in 2011 after agents mistakenly believed he left the United States. It was declassified publicly in 2020 by Lindsey Graham and attorney Bill Barr. Despite the history, he was still then used But again, what you're just doing is equivocating. One of them was someone that had connections to Russian intelligence. The other wasn't. One of them actually had dirt that affected the campaign. The other wasn't. One of them was actually spreading intentional misinformation. The other wasn't. And yet you're saying, well, the one that wasn't in all those accounts, that justifies the FBI investigation. And on the other hand, with the Democrats, completely opposite. The FBI was completely reasonable, not only to not investigate, but to take that information and willingly use it in order to obtain FISA warrants, which would later be deemed illegal. And you're like, yeah, I trust the FBI. It was perfectly reasonable. Even though they're talking about insurance policies against Donald Trump.
I'm pretty sure that Clinton didn't even directly interact with this Dushenko guy. I don't think
that's irrelevant to the question, isn't it? Her team did. Did Trump directly interact with Veselnitskaya?
His campaign certainly did.
Okay, did Hillary's campaign directly work with people that they knew were getting this? They read the Steele dossier, correct? They knew where the source was.
I love how that sentence fell apart as you had to make the connections.
So just to be clear, your argument is, instead of if Don Jr. wouldn't have went to the meeting, and instead he paid Rudy Giuliani's law firm to show up to the meeting, then that would be good. That's all you have to do, pay a law firm to talk to the person, then it's okay?
No, there'd be a much less culpability if it turned out that someone like a local law firm in America who was getting apparently their information from the Russian government, if they reached out to Trump and then we didn't have evidence that Trump knew that information was actually coming from Russians, then I'd say you'd have a much stronger case.
That's not analogous whatsoever. What Hillary's team, are you saying that Fusion GPS came to Hillary's team and was like, hey, you've never heard of us. We're a small local law firm. We happen to be putting together a Steele dossier that was sourced by this Russian. That's what if a local law firm came to them, that's not what happened. They intentionally paid this law firm that they knew was working with a foreign spy in Christopher Steele, whose subsource were Russians, including people connected to the Russian government. And they took that information, read that information that they were readily being fed, that they knew the subsource was at least one Russian, and they took it and used it as disinformation to send it to the FBI in an intentional concocted plan.
It's just a crazy stretch because Fusion GPS was a U.S. research firm. It was a U.S. research firm who hired
Don Jr. was a U.S. citizen. Okay?
Yeah, but he's the one who was then getting the email directly from
the person. So what you're trying to be like, all they had to do was pay a law firm, and then it would have been good. Hey, Don, this is your attorney, Smith Esquire.
It's just an unreasonable...
A lady that we think's working with the Russian government has dirt on Hillary. Yeah, go ahead, take that meeting, and then send me the info, and then we'll utilize it. You're like, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That would be fine. It's just that Don Jr. can't go to the meeting himself.
It would be more fine because...
No, wouldn't. You wouldn't give a shit. They would have still investigated and said, it's absurd to think intentionally paying someone to go to a meeting with the suspected Russians okay, but going to the meeting yourself isn't. It's stupid. You know it. Nonetheless, I think I've made my point. That's just one issue of the lawfare. You've also sort of the fact that I think your credibility should be impugned that you're trying to make the argument that it was political targeting with Trump, but not political targeting against Trump. In the Alvin Bragg case, you want to go to that one?
We've already been to that one.
Because I didn't get to finish the point. You said, okay, if there was a like case that wasn't prosecuted, basically this was a campaign finance violation, correct?
Yes.
And what are usually the penalties for campaign finance violations?
What are usually the penalties? I'm not...
Felonies? 37 felonies?
It can be.
Show me one other time that's ever occurred.
Has a campaign finance violation ever been a felony? Other than Trump. We won't count the Trump one. Yes. While the FEC handles civil enforcement, willful violations such as illegal coordination, making contributions in another person's name, or laundering corporate money are handled by the DOJ as criminal offenses, and then offers a list. So yes, there are some.
Okay, give me some of those.
Okay, notable examples of felony: Charlie Tree, Dinesh D'Souza, Duncan D. Hunter.
My guess is 3 Republicans would be my guess, but okay. Now I know the D'Souza case, which is a little different. It has to do with intentionally getting money with people and funding. Nothing like what Trump did. Trump was just accused of falsifying paperwork was the accusation. By the way, with any of those 3 that you listed, did they have to retroactively change the law because the statute of limitations ran out?
Well, first of all, just to comment on the falsifying some paperwork is often a very big element of fraud, so I don't know why you said it so whimsically. But changing the law, what do you mean? Are you talking about novel legal theory? That's not changing the law.
Yeah, changing the law. Okay. Well, I guess it depends on how we'd say changing the law. They did change the law with E. John Carroll. But you're right. A novel legal theory that they presented the law in a way that's never been done in history. Novel. We did that for the first time for the president, which we already said earlier with the Nixon thing, seemed to be like something that we'd all take seriously. Like, you really don't want to charge the former president of the United States. But in this case, they did it for 37 felonies by a novel legal theory on what was tantamount to a campaign finance violation. By the way, the overwhelming majority of these are settled with fines.
To be fair, the former presidents or presidents committing flagrant crimes like this is pretty novel, so that's not entirely surprising.
What was flagrant about the crime?
You admitted that you're not even denying it.
No, but when you said flagrant, it's like it's obvious. What he did was he marked down that it was a legal fee instead of a campaign fee, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, which is illegal, and you admitted as much. So your argument wasn't even that it's not a crime. Your argument was that it was politically motivated. So,
and Bragg was out of New York, and because Trump's campaign was out of New York, that's why it was important for him years later in an election year, 2024, to go after what Trump had done 8 years prior. It was that important.
I'm glad that they did it eventually. I would prefer they do it sooner, personally.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Would it shock you to know in March 2022, the Federal Election Commission fined Hillary's 2016 presidential campaign, by the way, they were stationed out of New York, and the Democratic National Committee for misreporting payments related to the Steele dossier? They were fined $8,000, the DNC $105,000. Payments to the law firm Perkins Coie, which then paid Fusion GPS, which hired Christopher Steele, were reported as legal services and legal compliance consulting. In reality, it funded opposition research. So there you go. Flagrantly writing something down as legal fees when actually it was campaign finance. So it was a campaign finance violation that before Alvin Bragg even started going after Trump, the FEC said Hillary's team was guilty of. The case made up in a nice little neat bow form. Why didn't Alvin Bragg go after Hillary Clinton if it wasn't political?
Well, it sounds like they were already fined, so it sounds like they already did go after them.
Yeah, they were civilly gone after by the FEC. Alvin Bragg said over and over, just because the FEC decided to look into Trump's case and not pursue a civil fine didn't mean that we shouldn't look at it criminally. Why wouldn't that same justification carry for Hillary?
Well,
she gets an $8,000 fine by the FEC. Alvin Bragg knows, okay, well, that is a criminal, according to our novel legal theory, that's a crime. And so if we're going to investigate Trump for this crime, we already have the work done, that this was blatantly a crime done by Hillary's team. Apples to apples comparison, same law broken, same election. Why didn't they go after Hillary?
Well, I just read it earlier in the search that you had me do. So some campaign finance violations are going to be civil. Some of them are going to be felony. You had me look this up. And the difference that was stated was it depends on whether it was a willful violation, illegal coordination. So I don't have the exact information about the Clinton case because, once again, you're having me think back all the way to 2016. Holy crap. So
just to be clear, your argument is Hillary's team honestly forgot that it was campaign finance, that it was opposition research, that it was campaign research. They honestly forgot and accidentally put it was legal fees. By the way, unlike with Trump's team, we actually saw a specific motivation, right? As they initially declined to say that they paid for the Steele dossier. Because at first this was presented, Hillary's team didn't present it because it might be weaker to the public eye to be like, so wait a minute, one campaign gets dirt on the other and then the FBI takes that dirt and investigates? So originally Hillary's team was like, we're not speaking to whether or not we funded it. And then we find out that their paperwork says, oh, they didn't fund it. It wasn't, they just were hiring Fusion GPS for legal advice, not for campaign research. And then actually we found out they did. So the idea, again, what it comes down to is you're like, I trust these people weren't political because I trust them. And when you point out apples to apples crimes and they decided to charge Trump and not Hillary, well, I think that's okay because I just trust them that they made the right judgment.
I don't
It's
know if it's
non-falsifiable.
apples to apples. I don't know if
Why
it's
is it not apples to apples?
I need to read the details of that case. I don't know.
Wouldn't you say in order for Bragg to find out if it was apples to apples, he should have at least investigated Hillary?
Well, it sounds like someone did investigate if they got to the point
No,
where
no. The FE, again, Bragg, a different agency, because this was one of the arguments they made against Bragg. If there was a campaign finance violation, the FEC would have looked into it. Bragg said, no, we have specific laws in the state of New York.
Then why didn't the FEC kick it to the DOJ if it was criminal?
Because the FEC decided that it was worth a fine, right? The FEC wasn't coming up with novel legal theories with the intent of sabotaging a political campaign. They just said, look, you guys fuck this up, you pay a fine, like happens in elections all the time. But for the same crime, the Democrats decided, fuck that. We're going to use this to sabotage Trump. And it's still one of the biggest arguments you hear against Trump. He's a 37-time felon for doing the same thing that Hillary's team did.
What even was the Alvin Bragg novel legal theory? I need to...
The novel legal theory was that Donald Trump, because the statute of limitations had ran out under campaign finance violation, that they had to prove that he committed a crime, like falsifying documents, in the commission of affecting an election, which was the second step, with an underlying third crime that was committed. There were three options of the underlying third crime. One was falsifying records. The second was tax evasion. And I forget what the third was.
Okay. So from what
we
I
know
can
that
see,
Hillary's team did the exact same thing. They falsified records to affect an election. Exact same thing.
So
weren't investigated.
From what I'm looking at right here, the novel legal theory, it has to do with how they were. The word I'm seeing here is bootstrapping a lot, two-step bootstrapping. So this,
saying that bootstrapping a crime on a crime on a crime. Yeah.
Right. So this has to do with how the charges were laid out. This doesn't have to do with deciding whether this was a DOJ case to look at in the first place, which is kind of the insinuation you were making right here when you were saying, yeah.
What I don't know how to make this clear. And again, it's obvious to everyone listening. It's obvious, right? They went after Trump for politics. That's why Bragg went after him. We already had the FEC. This is a criminal conviction, felonies. Normally, it's a slap on the wrist. People were like, the FEC already looked into this. They decided not to charge Trump. He said it doesn't matter that the FEC looked in. We in New York, if there was a crime committed in New York, we have the right to investigate it. So he did. Why wouldn't that also be true of Hillary? It doesn't matter that she was civilly fined by the FEC. Why not criminally investigate? In fact, unlike with Trump, where there was no accusation from the FEC, they already had that. So they had more suspicion that Hillary's team committed this crime. And yet they chose not to investigate. Why?
Probably because they didn't have proof of the intent that they did with the Trump case.
How do you have proof before you investigate?
Well, I'm pretty sure they did investigate this already.
So Alvin Bragg's, now your argument is Alvin Bragg's team opened a criminal investigation into the Hillary 2016 campaign? Can you show me any evidence of that?
The fact that there is, well, I don't have evidence that Alvin Bragg did, but I have evidence that an investigation occurred because the fact that there is a fine means that investigation.
The FEC investigated. The FEC investigated Trump's team. An investigation already occurred.
Okay.
They didn't bring a fine. Okay. So then why Bragg investigate after an investigation already occurred?
Charges. They brought criminal charges when they
right. So then why wouldn't they? Okay.
Because
then your argument. Okay, but listen to yourself. You're like, well, the reason they didn't criminally investigate Hillary's team is because there was already an FEC investigation. And I'm like, but there was already an FEC investigation into Trump. And you're like, yeah, but they brought criminal charges. Right. So then that doesn't help you in why they didn't against Hillary.
The question is, what did the investigation find? In the case of Hillary, they must have not found the necessary criminal intent, whereas in the case of Trump,
Who must not have found that?
Well, we can look up who did this investigation, if that's what you want.
No. So the FEC didn't find.
Yeah, if the FEC was a person.
Okay, so your argument is Alvin Bragg looked and said, well, the FEC didn't find criminal, just civil offenses, not criminal, so I don't need to investigate it. But the same FEC looked into the Trump case and didn't find criminal, so why did he investigate it? Would you just admit that you know you're full of shit and this was political? We all know it was political. And this is what's so absurd. Why can't you just admit it? Everybody knows that. I can even give you maybe the Jack Smith case. I think it was overwhelmingly political, but at least that was a serious issue. You're honestly trying to sit here and tell us and making me jump through these hoops that just makes you look foolish that it wasn't political. Alvin Bragg wasn't political. Wasn't it? Which one was it? Fannie Willis ran on a promise of getting Trump? Was it her or Letitia James?
The issue is you're just genuinely failing to provide evidence that this is political. You are saying that this is apples to apples.
I concede. It's not political. Trump's investigations into his opponents aren't political.
Well, I guess we'll just end it there then.
Do you have any proof?
Do I have any proof? I have the fact that, well, yeah, I can say that, how would I want to phrase this? The fact that these cases are so flimsy that they can't even survive the grand jury stage, I think shows that any person who's taking this seriously...
That's not true. The current Comey case survived a grand jury, correct? So that proves that it's not flimsy, correct?
It's maybe more has a bit more substance than the other ones that he's brought, but the other ones
I would disagree. I think actually what you're likely to see is actually here. Go ahead, you ready? I'll give you a little tidbit. Did you know that there's eventually going to be a RICO type case that comes out of Florida, which is funny because it won't be a DC jury. And what that case is doing is it's currently looking at people like James Comey, like Brennan, etc., and sort of the whole milieu of the intentional investigation into Trump. You're going to see some charges. Now, I think Comey will be charged there as well, though I'm not sure. But you're definitely going to see some people charged in that endeavor. In addition, so look for more charges to come. In addition, you would have probably said that the John Bolton investigation from Trump was political. That's what all the Democrats said. Guess what he just did? Pled guilty to mishandling classified information. The truth is, you're whining about political investigations when you were more than happy for your side to engage in political investigations. And now when Trump said, okay, the new standard has been set out, so we're going to do the people that I think corruptly came after me, we're going to go after them. What's that?
Yep, new standard's been set, so we're going to do political investigations. Yep, I agree. That's his mentality.
Was a new standard set?
In his mind, it was.
Let me ask you this. If Democrats started this, would you admit that that's worse?
If Democrats
Trump retaliating's not as bad as Democrats starting it. Would you admit that?
For sure.
Okay, so then this all hinges on whether or not you believe that people like Letitia James and Alvin Bragg went after Trump for political purposes.
Certainly, and I don't think you've demonstrated at all. Like, I agree. If I believed the same fact pattern that you do, then yeah, your world would
Okay, hey, listen, that's at least refreshingly honest that you're admitting. So I'll leave the audience decide. Do you think that Trump was targeted because he was a former president of the Republican Party and that he was running again? My opponent says no, but also you admit, if you do think that, then you would have to say, yes, that's worse.
Yeah, I'd admit that.
Okay.
I'd admit that.
Well, I think the evidence is overwhelming, and I'm happy with where it stands on the double standards in the investigations, from illegal FISA warrants being obtained to investigate Trump, to the Fannie Willis thing, to the Letitia James, to the Alvin Bragg, to the E. John Carroll. I'm happy.
That's right. Get in the comments, people. Tell us.
Letitia James, repeatedly running for office, called Trump an illegitimate president. She vowed to use the power of the Attorney General's office to probe his business dealings, real estate, and finances. But you don't think that's evidence to suggest that Letitia James was going after Trump for political reasons? She ran on, he's an illegitimate president. I vowed to look into all of his business dealings. But it wasn't politics, right?
I think it's smart to run on prosecuting criminals. That's what I think.
There you go. So even if someone says, I'm going after this guy because he's president, I promise to investigate everything about the president, you're like, doesn't sound political to me.
Well, I think it's because...
Hey, I share your standard. I think it's smart to go after criminals like Letitia James, like James Comey. That's the point. So I think you failed to...
understanding of facts, I guess.
Do you want to leave it there, or did you have anything else you wanted to talk about?
I think we went for 2 hours, and we were planning on 1 hour, but... I don't know, this was fun.
Well, I will say this. I did enjoy myself. I hope you did as well. I'd be happy to have you come back sometime.
Okay. Yeah, this was really fun. Thanks, Rob.
You don't have a channel or like a social media thing you want to shout out or anything like that?
Maybe I should start one.
Like even an X account or something that you put stuff up?
Goodness, no, never X. I would never go on that site.
Are you a blue sky? Are you a blue
no,
sky
I just
person?
hate social media in general. Sorry, that's just who I.
Okay.
I have
Fair
like
enough.
one Instagram.
I like to give the opportunity. That's all.
But no, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the
Of
chance
course.
to talk, and thanks, Casper, for setting this up.
If we do it again, I thought it was fine, the back and forth. I didn't think we needed a moderator, but if you ever do feel like it's getting to that point, we could set up a timer so you get a minute and then I get a minute. But I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was bad. So I hope that at least, even if you disagree with me and think I'm a political hack, that you feel that you got a fair shot. You know,
I'm sure the feeling is mutual, and yeah, no, I thought it was good. Like, part of it is also like I'm not used to talking in my arguments. I'm used to typing usually, but
it is different. It actually is different. It really is. I used to go to this blog called Above Top Secret, and I did a lot of debating typing. And then when you do a channel, it is like if you go back and watch my first videos, I'm like, hey everyone, I just wanted to, I sound completely different. It's not natural. So I do sympathize with that. I do. So
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I should probably get going because it's late where I am.
Sounds like there's a cop outside or an ambulance outside your place. Did you hear that?
I live next to it's probably an ambulance because I live next to a hospital.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for your time. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you.
Bye
Yep.
bye.
Bye. Look, I think the arguments are dog shit. I think that's clear. But at least it was someone putting thoughts together, and it wasn't like some of the people I've been talking to lately. So happy. I enjoyed the conversation. I really did. But I mean, I don't know what to say. The people that die on this hill of, no, it wasn't politics. I mean, Letitia James ran on getting Trump. No, I don't think it's politics. I don't. And this is the same sort of stuff that Pisco does. No, it wasn't political. So, I got the big concession there that I wanted, which was, fair enough. I'm not going to convince her. She's staunchly, no matter what proof I show her, she's going to say, no, it wasn't political. But at least she said, if I could prove that it was, then yes, the Democrats were more corrupt than Trump. There you go. I don't mind her using AI at all. I mean, it could get a little overbearing, but I'm fine. I'm not going to flip out and rage quit like some other big streamers. So I enjoyed the conversation. I don't know that you all did, but I did. And I'm always looking for people to debate. So even though I gave our boy, what's he go by? He goes by Caster on Discord. What's our boy's name? Canton? I gave him shit for coming in with all caps. It may have been someone on a voice changer. Why would I care? I don't care. Capone. There we go. Castrated. But, I mean, what it ultimately comes down. Look, I don't like it. The thing that's a weakness of mine is I'll admit shit. I'll be like, yeah, I know that politics has to do with why Trump was like, I want to go after Comey. But I think he's right to do it because that's already been shattered, that glass ceiling. And he's going after people that he sincerely believes committed crimes and going after him. Fair enough. But I'll admit that, right? Or we'll see, I'll say things like, shit. What was I going to say? I don't like the meme coin thing. I don't like that. Like, so many of my opponents, they'll just deny reality. They'll be, oh, no. I don't think that was bad. So I try my best to be honest. There are certainly things I don't like about Trump and things that he's done that I'll be critical of. And most of the time, my opponents are unwilling to give an inch. So all right, I'm going to read some super chats. I would love it if you guys get more super chats in. But the end, I'll say this. My goodness, after Pisco, I debated someone who didn't quibble about utterances and the definitions of words really that much, right? I debated someone that wasn't saying they didn't say what they said 3 seconds later the whole time. I'm happy with that interaction. I am. it's frustrating to me because I think it's obvious that, there's some bullshittery going on, but that's in the realm of acceptable, debate stuff, even though, whatever it is. So I very much enjoyed Tammy's welcome to come back and debate about something again. So I have no problem with that. And I don't have anything negative to say on that aspect of it. Arguments are dull shit. Seem like a decent enough person. So that's where I'll leave it. Yeah, bullshittery. It's a good word. That should be in the dictionary. All right. Super chats. Robert Whaley, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Says everyone else is doing it. That's right. Everyone becoming a member. Everyone becoming a Noron. And why not? It's the cool thing to do. All the cool kids are doing it. King Jaffe Joe, $5 says, I'm a black man and I'm really fatigued. Yeah, I hear you. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, what a crazy mind of my people. Is it possible that Cam is correct on more things than just one, and you're wrong on most of the things and right on one thing? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I thought that as well, but I was like, what's even the point? I mean, I'll be fair. There are people that I'm like, oh, that's a really good point. And then you hear them say something else and you're like, fuck, I don't know. So I understand the general point. Zach Gilpy, another 20. Thank you. Says, for NBC News, Biden campaign offers perks to donors, saying who raised $2.5 million will get to attend special events and briefings to have direct access to Biden. Oh, there's tons of the pay for play with Biden, not just through his son, where they intentionally created an organization of pay for play, but directly with things like that. Obama had these huge dinners that they would spend much money, and then people would end up getting invited to the White House. The Clinton Foundation. And that's what I said. It's frustrating. The one frustrating thing is I understand there has to be some time frame. We shouldn't be going back to the 60s. But the immediate lead up to Trump, the problem with Trump is, with the shit he does that people wouldn't like, Trump's not it's like the difference between a sophisticated criminal versus just a ham-fisted one. So the guy that'll come up to you and be like, hey, would you like to buy some marijuana? It's like, ooh. As opposed to the guy that's trimming the trees and, selling some pizza. If you'd like some extra, lettuce on it or some shit like that. And then being like, well, even if that person sold 10 times as much as the first person, it's not as bad because they're a little more sophisticated. I don't know. The Hunter Biden art shit's one of the most laughable things in the world. But Darian Munshaw, $10 says, this guy's talking wacky Bugs Bunny and Tweety Show type stuff. Zach Kelpy, $5 says, so when Republicans investigate, it's lawfare. But when Dems do it, it's more egregious version. It isn't lawfare. Yep. Barbeith Nazarene, 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Intel Wild, $5 says, watching from behind again. Thank you, Intel Wild. John Rock, $2 says, arrest this caller for Mel, Miss, and disinformation. That's Mao. But thank you. Phil James, I'm sorry, $5 says, Rob, ask if there were good people on both sides. Zach Kelpy, $5 says, Dinesh D'Souza. Right, even though Dinesh was doing what all sorts of Democrats, Act Blue, is being accused of doing. Yeah, they did bring the hammer down on him. That's true. Lord Laws, $5 says, there's no way she didn't think it was political prosecution. I don't know why. It's because they know that, it's like this plot. It's the Nelly, or I'm not Nelly. What's his name? Why can't I think of the name? Shaggy. It's the Shaggy defense. Wasn't me. Got you banging in the bathroom. Wasn't me. Got you on camera. Wasn't me. That's it. That's how so many of these Democrats. Nope. I could present a clip of Letitia James saying, I'm going after Trump, the president. I promise I'm going to investigate all of his shit. And they're like, I don't think that that's proof that it was political motivation. I just don't think. They're talking about insurance policies to stop him from winning. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. And it's like, well, what would it require? Letitia James could come out and say, I targeted Trump just because of politics. I wouldn't have targeted anyone else in the world, just Trump. And they would still be like, well, he was a criminal. He's found guilty. So I don't think it was political. Pablo Wentzkobar, $3 says, I don't chat often. Super chat. was going to say, get some fiber. I don't super chat often. Here's some money. Thank you. I hope you all appreciate it. I love doing the debates. I do. Well, thank you, Capone. It was the all caps. That's what blew my mind. I was like, what is going on? But Tammy says that it didn't use a voice changer. That's fine. Yes, and if you set up your own channel, let me know. I'd be happy to come over. So, all right. Well, I enjoyed it. Maybe Tammy will look into this stuff and come to a different conclusion. I won't hold my breath. Oh, Hidakachi over on Rumble. I'm so sorry. Gives 5 memberships. Thank you. So, the debate on corruption was happy to have, to the overarching point we were making tonight about so many people, like, there's only so many times that you can, that we in society could have people flipping out, including at the political level, at the representative level, that's basically giving the excuse we should be allowed to kill white people. It's starting to get old. It really is. And the real takeaway is that they all know that we have a culture that allows them to say something like that with basically zero cultural repercussions. They know it. In any sane society, anyone who said any of that shit that we heard Jasmine Crockett or anything like that would be told, get the fuck out of here. You have no part here. What you're saying is insane. Shut up. But they'll be celebrated or ignored. So, all right. Well, we've come to the portion of the show tonight where I have to play stupid whip songs. And I don't know that you guys are going to believe me when I tell you. You know how many are queued up? Anybody have a guess of how many whip songs are queued up tonight? Of course, we play whip songs if we have single donations of $100. Or if we get over an even $100 mark from here on out, so $400. We have zero queued up. Ha! Now you could get a cheapo in for $18. Oh, there you go. Muddy Waters, $20. He'll get you one. Thank you, Muddy Waters. $20 says love the show. Thank you. Almost got out cheap. Well, I'm glad you like the show. I thoroughly enjoy doing this. So, now reminder, I'm going to take a risk and leave the YouTube video up because I don't think that any of the interviews, there was one black person saying the N-word. It always freaks me out because YouTube could just arbitrarily be like, that's a racial slur. I didn't say it. I've never said it on this channel, but I was going to remove the video and just leave it up on Rumble. I believe I'll leave it up for at least for tonight. If you don't see this video tomorrow on YouTube, it will be on Rumble. It's just sometimes, you know how it is. So, all right, I owe 1 whip song. Remember, a $100 donation will play you 2 whip songs, one for the 100, one for passing $100 mark. $150, you can pick your own. Thank goodness we're out of that claptrap last night. I had to listen to like the Disney song 20 times. We've made it beyond that. And $200, you can create your own version of the song. All right, I owe 1. Oh boy. Oh. No. How do I... Give me a second. I'm monkeying with something. No, I don't like that. No. No. This is a mess. Right, I'm just... Oh my goodness. What have I done? What an absolute mess.
Well, there's a whip, there's a way. Well, there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Well, there's a whip, well, there's a whip, there's a whip. Well, there's a whip, there's a way, left, right, left. There's a way, left, right, left. There's a way, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Hey! Thank you so much to hit a Mangozi, $10 over on Rumble, says 9,001 Disney songs. Ugh. And then Hidakachi, $10 says, Rob, all you needed to do was dance with Avers. I will never. It will not happen. I'm a man, I'm not dancing. Blats about $100 says, I'm behind in listening to this DGGer. Did the whip start yet? They have. Thank you. Blastbot, the absolute legend. That'll be 2 more songs. All right. By the way, before I play this next song, I want to test something out with you all. So I'll need your help in the audience. Okay. I'm going to play a song, and I'm going to adjust the volume on my end. Now, I'm pretty sure that doesn't adjust it on your end, but I just want to make sure. So I'm going to play a little bit of a song. Here we go. Tell me, okay, now see if it sounds louder.
And it's all about respect. He's Brian Shaprio.
Did the volume change at all? Okay. All right. Just checking. The songs are all fine, but a couple of those X videos were like blowing out my eardrum. So I just want to make sure that if I turn it down a little, it doesn't affect your all's ability to hear it. I Irish folk.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We do wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, there is a way. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, left. The back, so we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slave of the dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there is a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip,
Hey, all right. One more. If Blaster Bud's behind, he probably can't save you all. Ha! I'm happy for tonight to be short. If that's what occurs, I'm fine with that. Oh, more bagpipe now. My goodness.
there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
All right. We done? It appears as if we may be done. I think you guys' conspiracies that was Wick is not true. I don't think you're right at all. Wick's far more performative and actually makes less points than Tammy did by a long shot. But it is a fun conspiracy. I like it. I approve of the conspiracy. I don't think so. Yeah, that version had a little bit of whimsy. You think?
Anyways, next question. Is blackface or brownface ever okay?
Only if you're a pretty kitty.
Okay.
Okay. Who was the okay person? I must know. I want to interview that person. What were you thinking? Okay. Who was it? Okay. Oh, gosh. That's a clip that exists online. I'm normally against internet censorship, but all right, I see it. To prevent that from ever have made it on the internet, I could see. I really could. Oh boy, look at this. Hidakachi, $100 over on Rumble, says, get that. I think I could say, get the gay shit out of here. As in too flamboyantly happy. Thank you, Hidakachi. Oh, boy. Rumble's going to pass up YouTube tonight again. Oh, boy. Gregorian. Now listen, I have my headset in. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back while it plays. I'll be able to hear it.
Or we could play something more exciting. Like,
This is the Rob Noah Show.
yeah.
It's not the Noah Rob Show. This is my favorite show because it is my show. If this was your show, you'd probably like it more.
Now here's something you're really gonna enjoy.
That's just because it was your show, but it's not your show. It's the Rob Noah Show.
Look at this. This is fantastic. What, we get more?
I heard you, Avarice. Get the fuck off.
What? No, I'm not here.
Uh-huh. Now, wait a minute. Did that song not play at all for you guys? Did he change it? Is that what happened?
No, nothing was playing. That's why I came on.
I fucked it up. Okay, that's my fuck up. You rotten fuckers. I had to listen to that song while I was taking a piss and washing my hands. I had to listen to this bullshit. Fuck! Damn it.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where is the way? There's a
Ugh. Horrible. One more. Mercifully be done. Now, I hope you all appreciate. I do not like the whip stuff. I like money, so I'll take the money. But I really do try to put out at least 2 hours of content in the evening before we get to this bullshit. And tonight, I basically did 2 shows. I did the debate show. I did the commentary show. So I hope it comes across that people appreciate. Because I know there's a lot of people that hate this shit like me.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way, where there's a whip, where there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, 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 where there's a whip. There's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Last says nay, nay, nay. We gotta march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip.
Hidakachi, thanks for the buck over on Rumble, says, though I agree with whoever clipped that. Damn. Yeah. All right. I'll give it a couple minutes, but I think mercifully we may have ended tonight. Yeah, the lyrics were really good in that one. I agree. That's what I was thinking. That's what really hurts the most about the whip songs. Some of the lyrics are great, other times they're terrible. You know? Hidekachi, don't know if you can get Chad 2 in a row. Rob never really stated the rules. No. I just keep a separate tally of Rumble and YouTube. So obviously, $100 donation on Rumble would pass the $100 mark on Rumble. So that's 2 as well. Yeah. Whip songs were created by Israel. That's bullshit. I'm so fucking tired. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Oh, hiccups. Your promised whip songs 3,000 years ago. You and me both. Oh, man. It's been a good night. It has. Man, the bar is so low with the people I debate recently. It's like just having a debate. This is nice. Love it. All right, folks. If there are no donations, I'm going to move on for the evening to sleep. Ginger GM put on a new Title Tuesday chess video. Oh boy, I got something to watch, fall asleep to. Oh boy. By the way, I saw the Knicks came back and won. How about that? Crazy. I am running away. That's true. Well, that's about true. Utterances. Yes. I don't know. There was still riotous behavior in New York again tonight. What's that doing? Yeah, I assume the Stanley Cups were amazing. They always are. Hockey playoffs are so much better than basketball. It's crazy. All right. Well, folks. We had fun tonight. I had fun. I hope you guys did as well. Mercifully getting out with a few whip songs. I like that. That might be true built right. What can you do? I want to thank my friend Avarice, the computer, holding up quite nicely. I've yet to have any problems. Would also like to thank my editor, Black Elk. My tremendous moderators, who are fantastic. Everyone who donated tonight, you guys are amazing. Thank you to everyone who chatted, everyone who liked the stream, everyone who subscribed, or everyone who just watched. Appreciate you all. Remember, tomorrow night, supposedly doing a no prep debate. That'll be like 9 p.m. Saturday, the Blaster Butt Dino Battle Invitational. It only costs you $50 per entry. You can have your chance to be the official Dino Battle champion. Holy shit. Can you imagine telling your grandkids? Have you ever heard of a more prestigious award? Just saying. Gonna be good. So, tune in for that. Look, we talked a lot tonight about corruption with the Democrats. We talked about so much of the shitty racial stuff that's going on. Never forget what the stakes are. Of course, you debate someone. I have no reason to believe Tammy would call for violence or anything of that nature. But understand the same logic that allows the mentality of like, oh no, it wasn't political, blah, blah, blah. That same logic is why people feel justified in doing all the heinous actions that they take. Understand that. And what right now Austin Metcalf's family is going through is what Charlie Kirk's family went through. It's grotesque. So never forget that. Say a prayer for the Metcalf family and for Charlie Kirk's family tonight. Never forget that that's what we're up against. Thank you so much, everyone. I will talk to you. Oh, I forgot. I should raid someone. I'm so sorry. I got caught up. Raid Abe Dinkus. So, all right. Thank you guys so much. I will see you all tomorrow. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.